Hello everyone, I am the Macabre. I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that please like the video and subscribe to the channel. Where are you from and what time are you watching now? Sit back and relax. Whispers in the Hollow Chapter 1. The arrival. The Harrison family's journey began under a darkening sky, the last rays of the sun sinking behind the mountains as they ventured further into the wilderness. The tires of their car crunched against the gravel road, the rhythmic sound echoing in the heavy silence that enveloped the forest. To Margaret Harrison, it felt like the world had grown eerily still, as if nature itself was holding its breath. Greg sat silently beside her, eyes fixed on the path ahead, his expression unreadable. He had been the one to suggest this move, a fresh start, away from the hustle of city life, away from the weight of responsibilities that seemed to close in on them with every passing day. But now, as the car climbed the narrow road, Margaret couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, that they were being drawn into something they couldn't understand. In the back seat, Lily and Sam were unusually quiet. Sam, the youngest, had been glued to his phone most of the trip, his face illuminated by the screen's glow. Lily, on the other hand, stared out the window, her gaze fixed on the darkening trees that grew thicker as they went further into the forest. She couldn't explain why, but the woods unsettled her. There was something about the way the branches twisted and curled, as if they were reaching for the car, watching them. The road seemed to narrow as they continued, the trees pressing in closer on either side, blocking out the last remnants of sunlight. "Almost there," Greg muttered, his voice distant, as if even he didn't quite believe it. A large sign, half hidden by ivy and moss, loomed ahead. It read, "Welcome to Hollow Creek." Margaret squinted at the sign, her heart fluttering in her chest. Hollow Creek. The name didn't sit right with her. It sounded like the kind of place people might whisper about in hushed tones, a place where something was always just beneath the surface, waiting. But the realtor had assured them it was a peaceful town, perfect for raising a family. No one had mentioned anything about the woods, the strange rumors she'd heard in passing. As they pulled up to the house, Margaret exhaled a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. The house was large, but its grandeur had faded with time. The stone foundation had cracked in places, and the paint on the wooden shutters was chipped and peeling. The windows, dark and uninviting, seemed to watch them as they approached. The front door, old and heavy, creaked on its hinges as the wind swept through the trees, sending a shiver down her spine. Greg killed the engine, and the silence that followed felt overwhelming. Margaret felt an odd reluctance to step out of the car, as though the house itself was somehow waiting for them. But she pushed the feeling aside, reminding herself that this was supposed to be their new beginning. A fresh start. She opened the car door and stepped onto the gravel driveway, her shoes crunching as she looked up at the towering structure before her. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, the smell of the forest closing in around them. "What do you think?" Greg asked, already unloading the trunk with a faint smile. His optimism was something Margaret usually found comforting, but tonight it only seemed to deepen her unease. Lily and Sam followed, both of them scanning the surroundings with wide eyes. "It's big," Sam said, his voice quiet, almost hesitant. He didn't seem as excited as he had been when they first talked about the house. Lily, on the other hand, was staring at the forest beyond the house, her gaze lost in the shadows that stretched out from the trees. "Do you hear that?" Lily whispered, almost to herself, her voice a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Margaret looked around, but the forest was still. There was nothing but the faint rustling of leaves in the wind, the sound of nature at peace. Yet, in Lily's eyes, Margaret saw something else, an unsettling awareness, as though the girl was attuned to something she couldn't quite explain. Greg, oblivious to the tension in the air, grinned and clapped his hands. "Come on, let's get the keys and check the place out. It's going to be great." He led them toward the front door, but Margaret lingered for a moment longer, eyes drawn to the thick trees that loomed just beyond the edge of the property. A figure, just on the edge of the woods, caught her eye. It was tall, impossibly still, and seemed to be watching them from the shadows. But when she blinked, it was gone. She shook her head, dismissing the thought as exhaustion from the long drive. "It's just the trees," she muttered under her breath. But as they crossed the threshold into the house, she couldn't shake the nagging sensation that something wasn't quite right. The air inside was cold, despite the warmth of the day, and the floorboards creaked beneath their weight, as if the house itself was alive, groaning under the pressure of their presence. As they stepped further into the house, the heavy silence enveloped them once more. Margaret couldn't help but feel as though they weren't the first to enter this home. And as she looked at the long, dark hallways that stretched before them, she knew with a creeping certainty that they weren't the last either. Chapter 2. The silent neighbors. The first few days passed slowly, with the Harrison family settling into their new home. The house, though old and somewhat decrepit, began to feel more like their own as they unpacked and filled the empty rooms with their belongings. Yet, despite the sense of progress, something nagged at Margaret, an unsettling quietness that seemed to hang over the house like a thick fog. Greg had insisted on exploring the nearby town, eager to introduce himself to the few residents. "It's a small place, but it'll be good for us," he'd said, trying to shake off the unease that Margaret couldn't quite put into words. But the moment they arrived in Hollow Creek, the family was struck by how empty the streets seemed. The town looked as though it had been abandoned years ago. The few houses that lined the road were dark and closed off, their windows boarded up or covered with heavy curtains. The buildings that weren't home stores, shops, and a small diner had an almost forgotten air to them. Dust clung to the windowsills, and the streets were eerily quiet, save for the faint chirping of distant birds. Margaret glanced nervously at the others. "Where is everyone?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The only person they had seen so far was an old man sitting on the porch of a dilapidated house at the far end of the street. His gaze had never left them, his eyes dark and unblinking, but he hadn't spoken a word when they waved. As they continued walking down the empty streets, they passed more houses, each one a mirror image of the last. All of them appeared as though they hadn't been touched in years. The only movement was the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant flapping of crows overhead. There was no sign of children playing, no laughter, no voices from behind the closed doors. It felt as though the entire town had been frozen in time. They finally reached the small, run-down diner near the town center, its neon sign buzzing faintly in the distance. Inside, the smell of old coffee and grease lingered in the air, mixing with the stale scent of the wooden floors. The walls were adorned with yellowing photographs and faded advertisements, a relic of a time long past. The diner's single occupant, a woman who looked to be in her 60s, barely acknowledged their presence as they stepped inside. Margaret forced a smile. "Hello," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "We just moved into the old house on the edge of town. We wanted to introduce ourselves." The woman looked up at them, her eyes narrowing, but didn't speak. Instead, she slowly wiped her hands on a rag and turned to the coffee pot, filling a mug that she set on the counter before them. "You'll be fine," she muttered under her breath, her voice so low that Margaret wasn't sure if she'd heard correctly. "Just don't go into the woods." The words struck Margaret like a cold slap to the face. "What do you mean by that?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. But the woman merely turned away, as though the conversation had ended. Greg, ever the optimist, tried to break the awkward tension. "We're just getting to know the area. Any recommendations for things to do around here?" The woman didn't respond. She only stared blankly at them, as though she hadn't heard him at all. The air in the diner grew heavy, and Margaret felt a chill creep up her spine. The silence stretched on, broken only by the sound of the coffee machine gurgling in the corner. After what felt like an eternity, the woman finally broke the silence with a low, raspy voice. "Just stay away from the forest. There's no good in it." The family exchanged uneasy glances. Margaret felt her stomach churn with an uncomfortable sense of dread. "Thanks for the coffee," Greg said hastily, placing a few crumpled bills on the counter before ushering the family out of the diner. As they stepped back outside, the oppressive quiet of the town seemed to press in on them once more. The streets were still empty, the air thick with tension. Margaret couldn't shake the feeling that everyone was avoiding them, watching them from behind closed curtains, waiting for something they didn't understand. Lily tugged at her mother's sleeve. "What do you think she meant?" she asked, her voice filled with a mix of curiosity and fear. "I don't know," Margaret replied, her mind racing. "But something's not right here. I think we need to be careful." Sam, who had been unusually quiet since they entered town, suddenly spoke up. "I saw someone," he said, his voice barely audible. "In the woods. A person, standing at the edge." Margaret's heart skipped a beat. "What? Are you sure?" Sam nodded. "I'm sure. It was just standing there, staring at us. But when I looked away and looked back, it was gone." The forest beyond the town seemed to stretch on forever, its shadowed edge creeping ever closer to the town's limits. Margaret felt a cold shiver run down her spine. As they made their way back to the car, she couldn't shake the feeling that something, or someone, was waiting for them hidden just beyond the trees. Chapter 3. Shadows at dusk. As the days passed, the strange sense of unease that had followed the Harrisons into Hollow Creek only grew stronger. The quietness of the town, the vacant streets, and the cryptic warnings from the diner woman lingered in Margaret's thoughts like a persistent shadow. Yet, the family tried to continue as normally as possible, setting aside their growing concerns for the sake of their new life. The house, with its creaking floors and dark corners, felt colder each night. Even Greg, who had always prided himself on his unshakable optimism, began to seem distant. The weight of the atmosphere was pressing down on him too. Lily, the perceptive one, kept to herself more, spending hours staring out of the windows, her eyes fixed on the dark woods beyond. Sam had become unusually quiet, avoiding his usual playful banter, his gaze often darting nervously toward the trees. One evening, as dusk fell over the forest, Margaret stepped out onto the porch, drawn by a strange feeling she couldn't explain. The air was thick with the smell of pine and damp earth. The sun had barely begun to set, but the woods already appeared darker, as though the shadows themselves were alive. As she stood there, listening to the rustling of the leaves in the breeze, she saw something move at the edge of the tree line. It was subtle at first, a flicker of movement, like something or someone was passing just out of sight. Margaret squinted, trying to catch a better glimpse, but the figure was gone. She brushed it off as nothing more than her imagination, a trick of the fading light. But as the sky deepened to a dusky purple, the feeling of being watched settled over her like a heavy fog. She turned to go back inside, but something made her hesitate. A soft, high-pitched giggle echoed from the trees. Margaret's heart skipped a beat. The sound was so faint, so distant, yet undeniably there. She looked around, her breath coming in short, shallow bursts. The giggle was followed by a whisper, almost too soft to hear but clear enough to make her skin crawl. "Come closer. It's safe here." A chill ran down Margaret's spine. She quickly rushed inside, locking the door behind her. Her hands trembled as she tried to calm herself. Maybe it was just an animal, some odd sound carried by the wind, but the voice had been unmistakable, a child's voice. But there were no children around here. None that she had seen, at least. Greg was in the living room, flipping through a magazine, and he barely looked up when she entered. "You okay?" he asked casually, sensing the change in her demeanor. "I thought I heard something," Margaret replied, forcing a laugh. "Just a squirrel or something." Greg nodded, his face still buried in the magazine. "Yeah, it's probably nothing. You're just tired. We all are." But Margaret couldn't shake the feeling of unease. She watched Greg for a moment, his concentration fixed entirely on the pages in front of him. She wanted to tell him what she had heard, but somehow she knew he wouldn't understand. He never did when it came to things like this. That night, After the children had gone to bed, Margaret sat in the living room, the silence pressing in on her from every side. The house seemed to groan in the stillness, its old bones creaking with every shift of the wind outside. Her eyes drifted to the windows, the dark silhouettes of the trees barely visible in the night. And then she saw it again. A shadow moved at the edge of the forest. At first, it appeared like a trick of the light, just the swaying of branches in the wind, but as she watched, it became unmistakable. The shape of a person, tall and thin, emerged from the shadows of the woods, standing still for what felt like an eternity. Margaret's breath caught in her throat. The figure didn't move, didn't flinch. It only stood there, staring at the house. She reached for the lamp beside her, turning it on and then off again, as if somehow the light could make the figure vanish. But when she looked back, it was still there, standing at the edge of the trees, its presence oppressive, as though it was waiting for something, waiting for her. Margaret sprang to her feet, heart racing. She turned to Greg, but he hadn't noticed. The weight of the house seemed to press down on her chest, and her mind raced, trying to understand what she was seeing. Was it a trick of her mind? The fatigue from the day playing tricks on her? Or was there truly something out there? The silence in the house deepened, and the figure remained unmoving. It seemed to blend with the darkness, its features indistinguishable, as though it were part of the night itself. But Margaret knew it was there. She could feel its eyes on her, even from the distance. Unable to stay still any longer, Margaret stepped toward the door. Her feet felt heavy, as though the house itself was trying to hold her back. She opened the door just a crack, peering into the night. The shadow was still there, but now something else caught her eye: movement from within the trees. It was as though something was shifting just beyond the darkness, as though the forest itself was alive, its branches reaching out like long, gnarled fingers, pulling something into its depths. Margaret slammed the door shut, her breath coming in sharp gasps. She leaned against it, pressing her ear to the cold wood, listening. The night outside was still. Too still. She felt a deep sense of dread settle in her stomach, an overwhelming urge to run, to flee from the house, from the woods, from the forest that seemed to stretch on forever. She turned to Greg, but his attention was elsewhere, as if nothing had happened. As if he couldn't feel the same suffocating presence that gripped her. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the shadow was gone. The forest beyond the house was silent again, leaving Margaret to wonder if it had ever been there at all. But deep down, she knew it had. She knew it had been watching them. Chapter 4. The Forbidden Book. The days after the incident in the woods were filled with a strange sense of quiet. The figure in the trees had not returned, but Margaret could not shake the feeling of being watched. She kept her gaze fixed on the forest whenever she could, always searching the shadows for any sign of movement. The house itself felt like it was closing in around her, its creaks and groans growing louder as though it were alive, waiting for something. But life continued, albeit uneasily. It was during one of these restless days, while cleaning the attic, that Margaret made a discovery. The attic, unlike the rest of the house, seemed untouched by time. The air up there was thick with dust, and the wooden floorboards creaked beneath her feet as she ventured deeper into the dimly lit space. She had been going through boxes of old, forgotten items, mostly knickknacks and furniture draped in dusty sheets, when her hand brushed against something hard, hidden beneath a pile of tattered blankets. It was a book. Old, bound in cracked leather, its pages yellowed with age. Margaret's fingers traced the cover, its texture rough and worn. There was no title, only strange, almost illegible markings carved into the leather, as if they had been etched with something sharp. A chill ran through her, and she felt an inexplicable pull toward the book, as though it were calling to her. She hesitated for a moment, her heart racing in her chest. She had always been curious, but something about this book felt wrong. But the lure of it was too strong. Margaret pulled the book from the pile and wiped off the dust, sitting down on the floor. As she opened it, She was immediately struck by the oddness of the pages. They were covered in symbols, runes, diagrams, and strange illustrations that seemed to swirl with movement when she wasn't looking directly at them. The text was written in a language she didn't recognize, its characters twisted and unfamiliar, as though it had been written by hands from another time, another world. As she flipped through the pages, she came across images of ancient rituals. Circles drawn in the dirt, people kneeling before what appeared to be a dark figure, symbols of blood and sacrifice. Each page seemed to get darker, more unsettling than the last, and the air around her seemed to grow colder with every turn. Margaret could feel her pulse quickening as she read the words, even though she couldn't understand them. There was something hypnotic about the rhythm of the text, as if the book was speaking directly to her, trying to draw her in. Her fingers lingered on one page, in particular an illustration of a dark figure standing in the woods, surrounded by glowing eyes. The figure looked almost like the one she had seen standing at the edge of the trees that night. "Mom!" The voice of her son, Sam, startled Margaret, and she quickly slammed the book shut, her heart pounding in her chest. Sam stood in the doorway, his expression a mixture of curiosity and concern. "Is everything okay?" he asked, his voice quiet, but with a hint of nervousness. Margaret forced a smile, trying to hide the panic rising in her chest. "Yes, honey. Everything's fine. I found something up here." She tucked the book away under a pile of old blankets, not wanting to reveal it to him, though she wasn't sure why. Something told her that she shouldn't be reading it, and yet she couldn't shake the feeling that it was important, maybe even vital to understanding what was happening here. Sam didn't seem convinced, but he didn't press the issue. Instead, he glanced at the dusty attic with a frown. "I don't like it up here, Mom. It feels weird." Margaret's heart sank. She had felt the same way since stepping into this house, like there was something lurking just beneath the surface, something hidden in the walls, in the very air they breathed. She wanted to tell Sam it was nothing, that it was all in his head, but she knew better. She had felt it too. Later that evening, as Greg sat in his armchair, scrolling through his phone, Margaret couldn't stop thinking about the book. She couldn't explain why, but it was as if the book had unlocked something deep within her, some ancient curiosity that had always been buried. She knew it was dangerous to read more, but the pull was irresistible. She had to understand what it was about. Her mind raced as she thought about the strange symbols and the figures in the drawings. Was it possible that this book was linked to the town's strange silence? To the figure in the woods? Could it hold the key to understanding what was happening to them? With a heavy sigh, Margaret rose from the couch and made her way back to the attic. The house was still, the only sound the soft tick of the old clock on the wall. She grabbed the book, her hands trembling slightly as she opened it again. This time, she took more time with the symbols, trying to make sense of them, though she couldn't understand most of it. But as she lingered on the page with the figure in the woods, her eyes began to burn. A single word caught her eye, written in a script she could almost recognize. "Awaken." Her breath caught in her throat. There was something about that word, something dangerous, something urgent. It felt like a warning. And yet, as she read the word again, a low whisper seemed to echo in her mind, as though the book itself were speaking to her. "Awaken, and you will know." Margaret's heart pounded as the room seemed to darken, the shadows growing longer. She could feel her pulse thrumming in her ears, the whisper in her mind growing louder, more insistent. "Awaken, and you will know." She felt herself on the edge of something terrible. She slammed the book shut, but the whispers didn't stop. They lingered in her mind, growing louder, more demanding. The attic felt suffocating now. The walls seemed to close in, the air thick and oppressive. Margaret's hands shook as she hurriedly shoved the book back into the pile of blankets. The whispers continued, distant but unmistakable, as though the book were alive, as though it were calling to her, pulling her towards something she wasn't ready to understand. Chapter 5. The whispering voices. The night after Margaret had found the forbidden book, the house felt different, heavier. as though the walls were pressing in from all sides. She couldn't explain it, but the air seemed charged with an unspoken presence, a lingering tension that had not been there before. Her mind raced with the things she had read, the things she had felt, and the whispers that had crept into her thoughts. She couldn't shake the sensation that something was calling to her, drawing her deeper into the mystery. As the family settled into bed that night, sleep didn't come easily for Margaret. She lay in the dark, staring up at the ceiling, listening to the sounds of the house, the occasional creak of the floorboards, the faint rustle of wind against the windows. But beneath it all, there was something else. A soft murmur, barely audible, that seemed to come from all directions at once. Margaret strained her ears, trying to make sense of the sound, but it was indecipherable, like a chorus of voices speaking in a language she couldn't understand. She sat up, her heart pounding in her chest. The room was dark, the only light coming from the faint glow of the moon through the window. The voices grew louder, more distinct. They weren't just whispers, they were words. Words that seemed to call her name, to beckon her closer. Margaret, Margaret. The voices were soft at first, but they were unmistakable. They came from the walls, the floor, the ceiling. It was as though the house itself was alive, speaking to her. She pulled the covers over her head, trying to block out the sound, but the voices only grew louder. They weren't just calling her, they were calling for something. The words were urgent now, filled with a pleading desperation. Come to us. Come to us. Fear gripped Margaret's chest. She wanted to scream, to wake Greg, but the words seemed to paralyze her, stealing her voice, leaving her frozen in place. She felt like she was being pulled into the sound, into the dark recesses of the house, where the whispers were coming from. And just as suddenly as it had started, the noise stopped, leaving a suffocating silence in its wake. Margaret's breath came in shallow gasps. She strained to hear, but there was nothing. The room was still. Too still. She glanced over at Greg, who slept soundly beside her, unaware of the horrors that had just unfolded. How could he not hear it? How could he not feel the presence that seemed to hang in the air? Lily's voice broke through the silence, faint but unmistakable. "Mom," she called from down the hall. Margaret hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly got out of bed, her legs shaky beneath her. She crossed the dark hallway to Lily's room, her footsteps echoing in the emptiness. When she opened the door, she found her daughter sitting up in bed, her wide eyes reflecting the same fear Margaret had felt just moments before. "I heard it too," Lily whispered, her voice trembling. "The voices. They were calling me." Margaret's stomach dropped. "What do you mean? Where did you hear them?" Lily pointed to the window, her small finger trembling as she gestured toward the forest. "In the trees. They were coming from the trees." Margaret's blood ran cold. She had hoped it was just her imagination, some fleeting moment of paranoia brought on by stress. But Lily had heard it too. They had both heard the same thing. The voices. She sat down on the edge of Lily's bed, trying to steady her breathing. "It's okay, sweetheart. You were just dreaming," she said, though she didn't believe her own words. The fear in Lily's eyes mirrored her own, and for a moment they sat in silence, both of them listening, waiting for the voices to return. But there was only silence. The night seemed to press in around them, heavy and oppressive. Margaret knew that the strange events in the house couldn't be explained away. This was something more, something ancient, something that had been waiting for them. The next morning, Greg was already up, drinking his coffee as if nothing unusual had happened. Margaret, on edge, didn't mention the voices to him. She didn't want to alarm him, but the fear was gnawing at her. They had come to this place for a fresh start, but now it felt like they were trapped in some nightmare that they couldn't escape from. As the day wore on, the house seemed to grow quieter, more still. It was as if the walls were holding their breath, waiting for something to happen. Margaret found herself glancing nervously at every corner, every shadow, half expecting something or someone to appear. The whispers had stopped, but the presence they left behind lingered, hanging in the air like a thick fog. Sam was the next to hear them. It happened during the afternoon, when he was alone in the living room, watching television. Margaret had been in the kitchen when she heard him calling out her name. His voice was panicked, his words barely coherent. "Mom, Mom," he cried. She rushed into the living room, her heart pounding, and found Sam standing in front of the window, staring out into the forest. "What's wrong?" she asked, her voice tight with concern. "I heard it," Sam said, his eyes wide with fear. "The voices. They were calling to me. From the trees." Margaret's blood ran cold. This couldn't be happening again. Not now. Not with Sam. She grabbed him by the shoulders, trying to steady his shaking frame. "It's okay, Sam. You're just scared. You're hearing things," she said, but she didn't believe it. How could they all be hearing the same thing? The voices in the trees, calling to them, drawing them in. And as if to prove her wrong, the whispering started again, faint at first, then growing louder. Margaret's breath caught in her throat as she listened. The voices were back. Come to us, come to us." This time, they weren't just coming from the house. They were coming from the forest. From the woods that loomed just beyond the yard, dark and foreboding. And they were calling for something or someone. Margaret knew, with terrifying clarity, that they could no longer ignore the whispers. They had to face whatever it was that had been waiting for them in the woods, whatever had been calling them all this time. Chapter 6. A presence in the trees. The whispering voices continued to haunt the Harrison family, and each passing day felt heavier than the last. The house that had once seemed like an opportunity for a fresh start had become a prison, its walls closing in around them as the supernatural forces took hold. Margaret tried to keep her composure for the sake of her children, but the fear gnawed at her. It was hard to ignore the eerie feeling that had settled in the pit of her stomach. The forest, once an intriguing expanse of trees that they had been curious to explore, now felt like an endless void of darkness, drawing them in with an invisible force. Margaret couldn't bring herself to go near it, but she couldn't shake the sensation that something or someone was watching them from within the trees. Every time she glanced out the window, she felt eyes on her, cold and unblinking. One afternoon, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, Margaret stood by the kitchen window, staring out at the woods. The trees seemed to sway in the breeze, their branches twisting and contorting like skeletal fingers. But it wasn't the wind that unsettled her. It was the figure she saw standing just beyond the tree line. It was tall, too tall for any person she had ever seen, its shape indistinguishable in the growing dusk. It stood perfectly still, as though it were waiting for something. Margaret's breath caught in her throat as her heart began to race. The figure didn't move, didn't blink, it simply stared at the house. "Greg!" Margaret's voice trembled as she called out, but when Greg came into the room, the figure was gone. He looked at her with concern, but she could see the skepticism in his eyes. "What is it, honey?" he asked, his tone laced with irritation. "You're starting to get a little jumpy." "No, Greg," Margaret said, her voice tight. "I saw something out there. A figure. It was watching us. I swear, it was right there." She pointed toward the edge of the woods, but the trees were empty now, the shadows stretching across the ground. Greg followed her gaze, but there was nothing there, only the whisper of wind through the branches. "I don't know what you saw, but it's probably just your imagination," Greg said, trying to comfort her. "You've been under a lot of stress lately. Maybe you just need some rest." Margaret wanted to believe him, wanted to push the fear down and pretend that everything was fine, but deep down, she knew it wasn't just her imagination. She had felt it, the presence in the trees, the watching eyes. It was real. That night, as they sat down to dinner, the unease in the air seemed to grow thicker. Even Lily and Sam were quieter than usual, casting nervous glances out the windows, as though they too could feel the weight of something lurking just outside. Margaret caught Lily staring out toward the woods, her face pale and drawn. "What's wrong, honey?" Margaret asked, trying to sound casual, though her heart was racing. "Are you okay?" Lily didn't respond right away. Her eyes were fixed on the trees, as though they were calling to her. Finally, she turned to her mother, her voice barely above a whisper. "I saw it again. The man, or whatever it is. It was in the woods, just standing there, watching." Margaret's blood ran cold. She felt a knot form in her stomach as the reality of their situation began to sink in. This was no coincidence. The figure had been watching them, not just Margaret, but Lily as well. It wasn't just in her head. It was real, and it was waiting. After dinner, Greg suggested they take a walk to clear their heads, as if some fresh air could solve everything. Margaret agreed, though she knew it would do little to ease the creeping dread that had settled into her bones. As they walked, the night air was thick with the scent of damp earth and pine, the shadows of the trees stretching long and foreboding across the path. Margaret couldn't help but glance over her shoulder every few steps, as though expecting to see the figure lurking just behind them. The forest seemed unnaturally quiet, the only sounds the rustle of leaves and the occasional snap of a twig beneath their feet. The tension in the air was palpable, like the calm before a storm. As they reached the edge of the woods, the trees loomed above them, their twisted branches casting eerie, jagged shadows on the ground. Margaret's eyes darted nervously from tree to tree, her mind racing with the thought of the figure she had seen. "We should go back," she said suddenly, her voice tight with fear. "I don't like it here." Greg looked at her with concern. "It's just the dark playing tricks on you. You're on edge." But before Margaret could respond, Sam's voice cut through the silence. "Mom, look!" he shouted, his finger pointing into the trees. Margaret's heart leaped into her throat as she turned to see what Sam was pointing at. And there, standing at the edge of the woods, was the figure again. It wasn't quite human, its shape too tall, too unnatural to be a person. It stood motionless, just beyond the trees, its form shrouded in the deepest shadows. "Greg!" Margaret cried, her voice panicked. "Do you see it? Do you see it this time?" Greg turned toward the woods, his expression flickering with disbelief. He squinted into the shadows, but the figure was gone, vanished without a trace, as if it had never been there at all. "This is crazy, Margaret," Greg said, his voice wavering. "There's nothing there. I don't know what you're seeing, but it's not real." But Margaret knew. She could feel it in her bones, the undeniable presence watching them from the trees. And though Greg denied it, she could tell that even he was beginning to doubt his own perceptions. The force that had settled over them, the figure in the woods, it was real, and it was waiting. As they walked back toward the house, Margaret couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding settle deeper into her chest. The figure wasn't just watching them, it was waiting for something, something they hadn't yet realized. The house, the forest, the whispers, they were all connected. And whatever was coming, it was drawing closer. Chapter 7. The ritual begins. The next few days passed in a blur of unease. The presence in the trees continued to haunt the family, its dark eyes never leaving them. The figure they had seen standing in the woods was no longer a mere shadow. It had become something tangible, something real, something they couldn't escape. No matter where they went, it seemed to follow them, lurking just beyond the tree line, always watching. It felt as though the forest itself had come alive, its branches twisting and writhing like the limbs of some ancient creature, reaching out to claim them. Margaret, feeling the weight of the house pressing down on her, couldn't shake the thought of the book. She had tucked it away in the attic, buried beneath layers of old sheets and forgotten items, but its influence lingered in the back of her mind. It was calling to her, urging her to uncover its secrets. The whispers had grown louder, more insistent, and she could feel herself being pulled toward it. She knew it was dangerous, that the book was part of something ancient, something dark, but she couldn't resist. She had to know what it was trying to tell her. One evening, after the children had gone to bed, Margaret found herself alone in the attic once more. The house was eerily silent, the kind of silence that felt heavy and suffocating. She climbed the creaky stairs, her breath quickening as she reached the attic door. The air inside was cold, thick with dust and age, and the book was waiting for her, as though it had never been moved. Her fingers trembled as she pulled it from its hiding place, the familiar weight of it in her hands sending a shiver down her spine. She opened the book, her eyes scanning the pages as if they held the answers to everything that had been happening. The symbols swirled in front of her, the runes dancing across the page as though they were alive, shifting and changing before her eyes. There was one page that caught her attention, a page she had passed over before, but now it seemed to pull her in. The page was filled with dark text, written in the same strange language, but the drawings were what drew her in. At the center of the page was an intricate circle, surrounded by symbols she couldn't quite understand. The circle was filled with markings that looked like runes, each one connected by thin, thread-like lines. And at the center of the circle was an image that made her stomach turn. It was a figure, cloaked in shadow, standing amidst a ring of fire. Its eyes glowed, and it seemed to reach out toward her, beckoning her closer. And beneath the image, the text read, "To awaken the darkness, blood must be spilled. The circle must be completed." Margaret's pulse raced as she stared at the page. Blood. The word seemed to pulse in her mind, a reminder of the ritual that had been foretold. She could feel the weight of the book's power, its grip tightening around her as the whispers in her mind grew louder. The ritual had begun. She closed the book with shaking hands, her mind reeling from what she had just read. The thought of blood, of sacrifice, was too much for her to comprehend. But she couldn't ignore it. The house, the forest, the figure, they were all tied together, and the ritual was the key. The darkness was awakening, and it was coming for them. The whispers had become unbearable now, each one louder than the last, filling her mind with a terrible clarity. "Complete the circle," they whispered. "Bring forth the darkness." It was as though the book was commanding her, pushing her toward something she didn't understand. The pull was so strong, so overwhelming, that she couldn't resist. Margaret tried to push the book away, but it felt as though it was pulling her in, drawing her deeper into its dark grasp. The whispers grew louder, more demanding, and she felt a pressure building in her chest, as though the walls of the house were closing in on her. The figure in the woods, the figure that had been watching them, was part of this ritual. It was waiting for her to complete it. She stumbled back, her heart racing, and in her panic, she knocked over a chair. The noise seemed deafening in the silence of the attic. She looked around, as if expecting someone or something to be watching her. But the room was empty, save for the shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. And then, as if to confirm her worst fears, the door to the attic creaked open. Margaret froze. She couldn't breathe, couldn't move. The air in the room felt thick, as though it were charged with an electric energy, something dark and ancient. The figure had come for her. It was in the house now. But when she looked toward the door, there was no one there. The room was empty, and yet Margaret could feel the weight of the presence. It was close. It was watching her. The whispers were growing louder, filling her mind with images of the ritual, of the circle, of blood and sacrifice. With trembling hands, Margaret grabbed the book and rushed downstairs, her mind spinning with terror. She had to find Greg. She had to warn him. The darkness was closing in around them, and the ritual was already in motion. They had no choice but to confront it. As she reached the living room, she found Greg sitting in his armchair, staring blankly at the TV. His face was pale, his eyes hollow, as though he hadn't slept in days. It was then that she realized the house had taken hold of him too. He had been pulled into the ritual, just like her. "Greg," Margaret whispered, her voice shaking. "We have to leave. Now." But Greg didn't respond. He just sat there, his gaze fixed on the television, as though he were no longer aware of her presence. The ritual had begun, and there was no escaping it. Margaret's heart sank. She was alone in this, alone with the darkness that had claimed their home. The whispers grew louder, the pressure in her chest unbearable. She had to complete the ritual, or they would all be consumed by it. There was no choice. The house was waiting. Chapter 8. The eyes in the forest. The oppressive silence of the house was suffocating. Margaret's breath came in shallow, uneven gasps as she stood in the living room, staring at Greg, whose vacant eyes never seemed to leave the television. The house felt different now, like it was alive, its very walls pulsing with the dark energy that had begun to seep into their lives. The whispers were louder than ever, pressing against her skull, urging her to complete the ritual, to let the darkness in. She looked at Greg again, her heart sinking. He wasn't just ignoring her, he had become a part of the ritual, a vessel for the ancient forces that had awakened in the house. The book had consumed him, just as it had consumed her. And now, they were both trapped, caught in the web of a dark power that they couldn't escape. The door to the house creaked open, and Margaret's heart lurched as she saw Lily and Sam standing in the doorway. Their faces were pale, their eyes wide with fear. It had been days since they had spoken, since the voices had first started, and Margaret hadn't realized how much the house had changed them. "Mom, we saw it again," Sam said, his voice barely a whisper. He was trembling, his small body shaking with fear. The eyes. They were watching us. In the trees. Margaret's stomach twisted. She had feared this. The forest was no longer just a place of shadow, it had become a place of eyes, a place where something watched them. Something that wasn't human. The figures, the shadows, they weren't just lingering in the woods. They were the woods. "What do you mean?" Margaret asked, her voice trembling. Lily stepped forward, her face drawn with exhaustion. "We went outside, just for a minute. We thought we could escape, but when we looked back, we saw them. The eyes. They were glowing, shining through the trees. Hundreds of them, staring at us. They weren't like any animals we've ever seen." Margaret's heart skipped a beat. The glowing eyes were a sign. She had read about them in the book The Eyes of the Forest, the eyes that belonged to the ancient spirits. The eyes that would watch and wait until the ritual was completed. They were calling to them. "We have to leave," Margaret said, her voice rising with panic. "We have to leave now, before it's too late." But even as she said the words, she knew it was already too late. The ritual had already begun, and the dark forces that had been awakened could not be undone. The forest was alive with their presence. The eyes were only the beginning. Greg didn't respond to her. He hadn't moved since she had spoken to him earlier, his gaze still fixed on the television, as if he were trapped in a trance. The ritual had taken hold of him completely. Margaret couldn't reach him, couldn't bring him back. The power of the house was too strong. With a final glance at Greg, Margaret turned toward the door. She had to get her children out of the house, she had to protect them. The house was no longer a home, it was a prison, a gateway to something dark and ancient. The forest outside had become a sanctuary for those ancient forces, and the eyes were their watchers, their sentinels. She grabbed Lily's hand and pulled Sam close, her heart pounding as they stepped out into the yard. The night air was cold, and the ground beneath their feet was damp with the chill of impending rain. The woods loomed before them, dark and impenetrable. The trees seemed to whisper, their branches twisting like fingers reaching out to claim them. As they stepped closer to the woods, Margaret's breath caught in her throat. The air was thick with an unnatural heaviness. The whispers, now louder than ever, seemed to echo from the trees, beckoning them closer, pulling them toward the waiting darkness. Lily clutched her mother's arm, her eyes wide with terror. "I don't want to go into the woods," she whispered, her voice cracking. "I don't want to be near them." Margaret squeezed her daughter's hand. We have to, Lily. We have no choice. The glowing eyes began to appear in the trees, faint at first, like distant stars flickering in the darkness. But soon, they multiplied, hundreds of them, glowing in the night, watching, waiting. They were everywhere. The eyes of the forest were upon them. The ancient spirits that had once roamed these woods had returned, and now they were hungry. Margaret could feel their gaze on her skin, burning with intensity. The pressure in her chest grew heavier, and the whispers reached a fever pitch. "Complete the circle," they murmured. "Bring forth the darkness." And then, just as she thought she might break under the weight of it all, a figure stepped from the shadows. Tall, cloaked in darkness, its face hidden in the folds of its hood. Margaret's heart stopped as the figure approached, its eyes glowing faintly, matching the countless eyes that watched from the trees. It was the figure from the woods, the one that had been standing at the edge, watching them. Now it was here, and it had come for them. The figure stopped before her, towering above, its presence suffocating. It didn't speak, but the message was clear. The ritual had been set in motion. There was no turning back. Margaret stood frozen, fear locking her in place. The eyes in the trees, the whispers in her mind, they were all connected to this figure, to the ritual. The darkness was here, and it was waiting for her to finish what had been started. She could feel her heart racing, her pulse pounding in her ears. The ritual was almost complete. The figure was waiting for her to do what the book had commanded, to spill blood and offer herself to the ancient forces. Chapter 9. The sacrifice. The figure stood before them, its form shrouded in darkness, its presence overwhelming. Margaret's heart hammered in her chest, her mind racing with the realization that they were not just trapped in this house, they were trapped in a nightmare from which there was no escape. The glowing eyes in the trees stared down at them, 1,000 silent witnesses to the ritual that was now set in motion. Her hands trembled as she gripped Lily and Sam, pulling them closer to her. The figure did not move, but the weight of its presence was suffocating. The air around them felt thick with anticipation, as though the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Margaret knew they had reached the point of no return. "Mom," Sam whispered, his voice trembling with fear. "What is it? What does it want?" Margaret opened her mouth to speak, but the words caught in her throat. She didn't know what to say. The truth was too much to bear. The figure, the forest, the eyes, they weren't just watching them. They were part of the ritual. And now they were part of it too. The darkness was here, and it demanded a price. The whispers in her mind grew louder, more urgent, as though they were inside her head, pushing her toward something she didn't understand. "Complete the circle," they murmured, their voices like 1,000 voices in unison. "The blood must be spilled. The sacrifice must be made." Lily looked up at her mother, her face pale and drawn. "Mom, what's happening?" "I'm scared." Margaret's throat tightened as she looked into her daughter's eyes, searching for the right words to say, but all she could feel was the pressure building in her chest. The whispers, the presence, it was all closing in on them, suffocating them. And then, the figure stepped forward, its movements slow and deliberate. It reached out, a hand extended toward Margaret. The cold air around it seemed to shimmer with a dark energy, and Margaret instinctively recoiled, pulling Lily and Sam back. The figure's gaze seemed to pierce through her, as though it could see into her very soul. And then, with a voice that echoed in her mind, the figure spoke. One must be offered. One must be sacrificed for the ritual to be complete. The circle must be closed. Margaret's blood ran cold. She understood now. The ritual demanded a sacrifice, someone to seal the darkness, to ensure that the ancient forces would be set free. And the sacrifice could only come from the family. She looked at Sam and Lily, her heart breaking. The choice was unthinkable, but it was the only way. "No," Margaret whispered, her voice trembling with disbelief. "I won't." The figure's eyes flashed with an intense, unholy light. The choice has already been made, it said, its voice a low growl that seemed to vibrate through her bones. The blood must flow. The darkness must rise. Margaret felt a sharp pain in her chest as the whispers grew louder, crashing through her mind. They were drowning her, suffocating her, and she could feel herself slipping, losing control. The weight of the ritual, the price she had to pay, pressed down on her, filling her with a terror so deep that it paralyzed her. The figure reached out again, its hand cold and unfeeling. It was time. Lily's voice broke through the fog of fear. "Mom, no. Don't let it take us." "We can't." The figure's cold hand touched Margaret's arm, and the moment it did, she felt an overwhelming surge of dark energy fill her body. The whispers intensified, becoming deafening, as though they were tearing her apart from the inside out. The figure was no longer just standing before her, it was inside her, pulling at her soul, twisting her thoughts, forcing her to make the unthinkable choice. Sam began to cry, his small body trembling with fear. "Please, Mom, don't." Margaret's vision blurred as the darkness inside her grew stronger, threatening to consume her. She could feel the pull of the ritual, the dark energy coursing through her veins. The figure's grip tightened on her arm, and with a sudden burst of clarity, she knew what had to be done. The whispers in her mind had become a chorus, a song of despair and desperation. They were singing to her, urging her to complete the ritual, to spill blood, to finish what had been started. Margaret closed her eyes, her heart breaking as the choice became clear. The sacrifice would come from her. She had no other choice. But as her hand reached toward the knife that had appeared in the figure's grasp, a sudden surge of love for her children washed over her. She couldn't do it. She couldn't sacrifice herself, not for the darkness, not for the ritual. In that moment, a terrible, agonizing choice presented itself. The whispers, the pressure, the dark presence, it all became unbearable. She realized that she didn't have to sacrifice herself. There was another way. She could give up someone else. The blood of one of her children would complete the circle. Margaret's heart shattered as she turned toward Sam, his face filled with confusion and fear. She couldn't stop the tears that fell from her eyes. She had no other choice. But as she reached toward him, something shifted. A sudden burst of energy, the force of the ritual seemed to push against her. It felt like the house, the forest, the figure itself had made the choice for her. The presence was overwhelming, suffocating. With a scream, Margaret grabbed Sam and held him close. "I'm sorry, Sam. I'm so sorry," she whispered, the darkness closing in. And then, just as the ritual seemed complete, something unexpected happened. The figure stepped back, its eyes glowing with an unearthly light. "The ritual has been interrupted," it said, its voice low and menacing. "The price has not been paid." The eyes in the forest dimmed, and the figure retreated into the shadows. Margaret's body trembled, her heart racing, as the weight of the decision, the sacrifice, lingered in the air. The ritual was far from over, and the darkness would not be denied. Chapter 10. The hollows cursed. The tension in the air was thick, suffocating. Margaret stood frozen, her heart pounding in her chest, as the figure receded into the shadows, its unholy eyes flickering like distant stars in the darkness. She could feel the curse of the forest closing in around them, an ancient force that had been waiting for this moment, waiting for the ritual to be completed. But it wasn't over, not yet. The house, the woods, the figure, it was all part of something far larger, something far older than they could have ever imagined. "Mom, what's happening?" Lily's voice trembled, pulling Margaret from her thoughts. Her daughter's face was pale, her wide eyes filled with fear and confusion. Sam stood beside her, clinging to her side, his small body shaking. They had seen the figure too, had felt the weight of its presence. They had all been pulled into this nightmare. Margaret opened her mouth to speak, but the words caught in her throat. She didn't know what to say. The darkness was still there, lurking just beyond the trees, waiting to consume them. The ritual had been interrupted, But the curse had not been lifted. And now, they were all part of it. They were trapped, bound to the forest, to the house, to the ancient power that had been awakened. The whispers had stopped, but the silence that followed was deafening. It was as though the entire world was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Margaret could feel the weight of the curse pressing down on her, the eyes of the forest watching them, waiting for the blood to flow, for the circle to be completed. "Mom, what did it mean?" Sam asked, his voice small, barely audible. "What did it want?" Margaret's throat tightened as she looked down at her son, his innocent face filled with fear. How could she explain it to him? How could she explain the horrors they were facing, the curse that had followed them from the very moment they had set foot in this house? "We're not going anywhere," she said, her voice tight, barely above a whisper. "The curse, it's already in us. It's part of us now." The realization hit her like a slap to the face. The figure, the ritual, the blood, it wasn't just about completing the circle. It was about something much darker, something much older than they had ever imagined. The forest had claimed them. The house had claimed them. And now, they were bound to the hollow for eternity. The wind picked up outside, howling through the trees as if responding to her words. The forest seemed to shift, the shadows stretching, warping, as though the trees themselves were alive, reaching out to claim them. Margaret felt a cold shiver run down her spine as she glanced toward the window. The eyes, those glowing eyes, were still there, watching them from the darkness beyond. "We need to leave," Lily said, her voice trembling. "We can't stay here. We need to get out." Margaret's heart ached as she looked at her daughter, seeing the same fear in her eyes that she had felt from the very beginning. But it was too late. They couldn't leave. Not now. Not when the curse had already taken hold. "Mom, please," Sam said, his small hands gripping her arm. "I don't want to stay here. It's not safe." Margaret shook her head, trying to fight back the tears. "I know, Sam," she whispered, "but we can't escape it. The hollow owns us now." The house seemed to groan in protest as if it were alive, responding to the truth that had just been spoken. The walls creaked, the floorboards shifted, and for the briefest moment, Margaret thought she saw something move in the shadows, something that shouldn't have been there. But when she blinked, it was gone. The air inside the house grew colder, the temperature dropping with each passing second. Margaret wrapped her arms around her children, trying to shield them from the overwhelming sense of dread that filled the room. She couldn't protect them from this. No one could. And then the door opened. It creaked loudly, echoing through the silence of the house. Margaret's heart skipped a beat as she turned to see who or what was standing in the doorway. It was the figure again, standing in the threshold, its form taller than before, its eyes burning with an unearthly light. The glow was brighter now, more intense, as though the figure was feeding off the darkness that had surrounded them. Its presence was suffocating, filling the room with an overwhelming sense of doom. "You cannot escape," the figure said, its voice low and ominous. "The hollow claims all who enter. The curse is eternal. You are bound to this place, to the darkness that lives here." Margaret felt her blood run cold. There was no escape. There had never been an escape. The house, the forest, the figure, they were all part of the curse, and now, so were they. The ritual had failed, but it didn't matter. The curse was too strong. The darkness had already claimed them. "We're trapped," Margaret whispered, her voice barely audible. "We're all trapped here." The figure stepped forward, its gaze locking with hers. "The curse is not just in the forest," it said, its voice growing colder with each word. "It is in the very air you breathe. It is in your soul. It is in your blood." The walls of the house seemed to close in, the shadows growing deeper, swallowing the light. Margaret's heart pounded in her chest as she realized the true horror of their situation. The Hollow's curse was not just a force of nature, it was a part of them. It had become a part of their very being, and there was no way to rid themselves of it. "We're part of the hollow now," the figure said, its voice a whisper in the darkness. "And we will never leave." The house seemed to groan in agreement, its foundations shifting as though the very earth beneath their feet was alive, pulling them deeper into its grasp. The forest outside had become their prison, its eyes watching them, always watching, as the darkness closed in around them. Margaret turned to her children, tears streaming down her face. "I'm so sorry," she whispered, her heart breaking. "I tried to protect you. I thought we could escape, but now we're part of it. We'll never escape." And as the figure moved closer, its eyes burning with an unholy light, Margaret knew that the Hollow's curse was their fate, and there was no turning back. The Altar of Ashes, Chapter 1. The Forbidden Cave. The group of 5 college students had been planning the trip for weeks. It was supposed to be a simple weekend getaway, a chance to escape the noise and stress of university life. Sarah, Mark, Elena, Jacob, and Ryan had all gathered at the base of the hiking trail, backpacks slung over their shoulders, filled with snacks, water bottles, and the excitement of a break from their responsibilities. The forest was a quiet place, with towering trees that reached up like skeletal fingers against the sky, and a calm breeze that rustled the leaves in a whisper. But as they began their ascent, the air grew heavier with each step, an oppressive stillness that none of them could quite explain. Jacob, the one who always seemed to find himself in the center of trouble, was the first to veer off the beaten path. "Hey, guys, check this out," he called, excitement evident in his voice. He was holding up a weathered map he'd bought in a local antique store, its edges ragged and yellowed with age. The map seemed to show a hidden cave deep in the woods, a place untouched by time, marked by strange symbols and drawn with jagged lines. Jacob's eyes gleamed with mischief. "This has to be it. It's not far off the main trail. Let's go." Mark, ever the skeptic, shrugged. "It's just a cave, Jacob. Probably been explored by 100 people before us." But even as he spoke, there was a hint of curiosity in his voice. Elena and Ryan exchanged glances, unsure but intrigued, and Sarah, ever the cautious one, hesitated, feeling an odd sense of discomfort creep up her spine. But in the end, they all followed Jacob, drawn in by the allure of discovery. The further they ventured off the main path, the quieter the forest became. The distant chirping of birds and the rustling of animals in the underbrush seemed to fade away, replaced by a heavy silence. The trees grew closer together, their thick branches weaving a dense canopy overhead, blocking out the sun. The air felt cooler now, damp even, as if they were descending into another world entirely. The faint rustle of the leaves underfoot became muffled, and it felt as if the forest itself was holding its breath. After what felt like an eternity, they came to the edge of a steep ravine. Below, a narrow stone path led down into the earth, disappearing into a gaping, dark mouth of a cave. The entrance was barely visible, hidden behind a curtain of moss and vines that seemed to grow thick around it as if trying to keep something inside. Jacob grinned and took a few steps forward, his eyes shining with the thrill of adventure. "This is it," he said, "the hidden cave from the map. We have to go in." Sarah's stomach churned. "It doesn't look safe," she muttered, looking at the jagged rocks that surrounded the entrance. The thought of descending into such a dark, unknown place made her uneasy. But the others were already moving, encouraged by Jacob's enthusiasm. Mark nudged Sarah. "Come on, don't be a buzzkill. It's just a cave." Reluctantly, Sarah followed as the group descended down the rocky path. The walls of the cave loomed in the distance, dark and foreboding. When they finally reached the entrance, a sudden chill wrapped around them like a suffocating blanket. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth, and the faintest hint of something metallic, almost like blood. The cave's entrance felt alive, unnatural, but they couldn't turn back now. Inside, the cave stretched far beyond their line of sight. The ground beneath their feet was slick with moisture, and the walls seemed to pulse with an eerie rhythm, as though they were breathing. The students turned on their flashlights, their beams cutting through the darkness, revealing strange markings carved into the stone. Ancient symbols and runes faded and worn from centuries of neglect lined the walls, some of which appeared to depict grotesque figures and twisted creatures, their eyes wide and hollow, staring down at them. The further they ventured into the cave, the more these markings seemed to grow in intensity, their lines deepening and spiraling with an unsettling purpose. "These must be from an ancient civilization," Elena whispered, her voice shaky with awe. "This place, it doesn't look like anything I've ever seen before." She gently traced a symbol on the wall, her fingers brushing against the cold stone. It felt unnervingly smooth, almost too perfect, as though it had been carved with tools beyond anything they could understand. As they pushed deeper into the cave, Jacob led the group forward, his eyes scanning the walls with a mix of fascination and something darker, a hunger for discovery. The air grew colder still, and their breath became visible in the flashlight beams. They came across piles of broken pottery, fragments of bone, and pieces of decayed fabric, scattered across the floor like remnants of a long-forgotten ritual. There were offerings, 2 stones arranged in intricate patterns and small, twisted sculptures that looked as though they had been left behind by someone or something that had long since vanished. Then, at the farthest recess of the cave, they found it. A massive stone altar, slick with dark stains that seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly glow. The surface was scorched, as if it had been subjected to heat or fire long ago. Strange symbols, similar to those on the walls, were etched into the stone, their meaning unknown but their presence undeniably sinister. Jacob approached it first, kneeling to get a closer look, his fingers grazing over the surface of the altar. Suddenly, there was a low, unsettling hum that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the cave. It wasn't a sound from the outside world, but something deeply ancient, reverberating from the stone itself. The air seemed to shift, thickening in response, and the oppressive silence that had once enveloped them now felt suffocating. Sarah stepped back, unease flooding her senses, and urged the group to leave. "This place is wrong. We need to go now." But Mark, ever the skeptic, brushed it off. "It's just your imagination. There's nothing here." But even as he spoke, the ground beneath them seemed to shift, ever so slightly, and a faint whisper of voice, cold and indistinct, carried through the cave, chilling them to their core. It was a whisper that none of them could fully understand, but they all felt it. It was calling to them. The light from their flashlights flickered, and for a moment everything went pitch black. In the silence, the whispering grew louder, clearer, and then they heard it, a voice low, gravelly, and unmistakable, calling their names one by one. Sarah, Mark, Elena, Jacob, Ryan. The voice was filled with an unnatural hunger, as though it had been waiting for them. Chapter 2. The Leader's Journal. After the unsettling whisper echoed through the cave, the group stood frozen in terror. Their flashlights trembled in their hands, the beams casting erratic shadows against the jagged walls. The hum that had started as a distant sound now vibrated in their very bones, a relentless thrumming that seemed to come from the altar itself. Sarah, her pulse racing, was the first to break the silence. "We have to leave. Now." But Mark, his eyes wide with a mixture of curiosity and disbelief, took a step forward toward the altar. Jacob was already moving, drawn to the altar as if by some unseen force. He crouched beside it, his flashlight illuminating an object half buried beneath the remnants of ancient offerings. His hand hovered over it, and then, with trembling fingers, he pulled it out. It was a journal, old, bound in weathered leather, its pages yellowed and fragile. The cover bore no title, only a strange symbol, identical to the ones on the walls of the cave. "Guys, look at this," he said, his voice barely a whisper, as though afraid to disturb the thick, suffocating atmosphere. "This might be important." Mark stepped closer, his curiosity piqued. "What is it?" "Some sort of diary." He snatched the journal from Jacob's hands and flipped it open, revealing pages filled with tight, careful handwriting. The words were in a language none of them recognized, but as Mark turned each page, He found some that seemed to be written in a mixture of symbols and common words, like fragmented rituals or instructions. This is incredible. This could be centuries old. We need to translate this. Sarah took a step back, anxiety crawling up her spine. No, we shouldn't mess with this. We don't know what this is. But Jacob, his eyes fixed on the journal, was already scanning the words as if something were compelling him to do so. There's something about this, Sarah. It feels important. We need to know more about the cult that used this altar. Elena, who had been quiet up to this point, stepped forward cautiously. If it's from the cult, then we have to be careful. There's no telling what we might uncover. But her voice lacked conviction. Even she couldn't ignore the pull of the journal. Ryan, standing a few steps away, nervously adjusted his grip on his flashlight, as though ready to flee at any moment. "Are we really sure we want to know what this is about?" he asked. "It feels like we're not supposed to be here." But Mark, with his mind set on discovering the truth, ignored their protests. "We can't just leave without understanding what we're dealing with. This could explain everything, the rituals, the sacrifices. This could be the key." His fingers flipped rapidly through the pages, each one more disturbing than the last. Strange illustrations accompanied the text, images of robed figures kneeling before an enormous, monstrous entity, its face obscured in shadow. At the center of the pages was a repeated phrase, something that stood out in the sea of incomprehensible symbols: the Ashen One. Sarah stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest. "What does it mean?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Who is this Ashen One?" Mark's eyes glinted with a mix of fascination and dread as he translated the broken fragments. "It's a god, or something worse. A dark being that the cult worshipped. They believed it could offer power, immense power, but only if they performed the right rituals, sacrifices." He paused, his voice faltering. "It sounds like they made a pact with this entity. They believed it could grant immortality, but only in exchange for blood." The room seemed to grow colder as the weight of Mark's words settled in. The whispers, which had faded momentarily, now returned, faint but persistent. It felt as though the very walls of the cave were listening, watching. "What if we've awakened it?" Elena's voice quivered, her face pale. "What if we've disturbed something that was meant to stay buried?" Jacob, gripping the journal with white knuckles, wasn't looking at them anymore. His gaze was fixed on the pages, his eyes scanning for something, anything that would explain what they were supposed to do next. "Wait," he said suddenly, his voice thick with disbelief. "There's more. It talks about a ritual. One that can either release the Ashen One into our world or trap it for eternity." His voice dropped to a near whisper. We have to stop it. We have to destroy this journal. Destroy the altar." Ryan, who had been pacing nervously, now stopped and looked at Jacob. "Destroy it? Are you insane? That's not an option. We don't even know what's real here." But Jacob wasn't listening. He stood up, pacing with the journal in hand. "No, listen to me. If we don't stop this, it'll be too late. This thing could come through. It's already been unleashed in some way, and if we don't end it now, it could destroy everything." The pressure in the air seemed to mount as if the very cave itself were reacting to their conversation. The temperature dropped even further, and they could hear the faint sound of something shifting within the walls, as if the cave were alive, responding to the ritualistic words on the pages. Mark stepped closer to Jacob, his voice shaky. "What do we do, then? How do we stop it?" Jacob, gripping the journal with both hands, looked around at each of them, his face pale with fear but determined. "I don't know, but we have to do something. We can't leave here until we figure this out. The cave is telling us something. I can feel it. It's in the air, the ground, the walls. It's watching us." The tension between the students was palpable, as the weight of what they had found began to sink in. The journal, with its cryptic words and horrifying illustrations, held the key to something far darker than any of them could have imagined. And they were now caught in its grip. Chapter 3. Strange dreams. The days that followed their discovery in the cave were a blur of unease. The group tried to go back to their normal lives, hoping the strange events they'd encountered would fade away, like the whispers in the cave had. But something had shifted, something that none of them could explain, and yet all of them could feel. At night, Sarah would lie awake, staring at the ceiling, her mind replaying the whispers, the journal, the dark presence that seemed to linger in the air. She tried to convince herself that it was just her imagination, that the stress of their experience had led her to overthink. But deep down, she knew it wasn't that simple. It started with Jacob. His nights became restless, filled with strange dreams that felt too real to be mere figments of his imagination. In his sleep, he would find himself back in the cave, standing before the altar, the hum vibrating in his chest like a pulse. The shadow of the Ashen One would loom over him, its faceless form towering and suffocating. Its whispers would fill his mind, urging him to kneel, to embrace the power it offered. In the dream, he would feel an overwhelming hunger, a desire for the strength it promised, and before he knew it, his body would move of its own accord, falling to its knees in worship. Every time Jacob awoke, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, he would try to shake off the lingering presence of the Ashen One. But it was always there, just at the edges of his thoughts. He started to feel as though he was being pulled toward something, as though he no longer had control over his own actions. He told himself it was just a nightmare, a byproduct of his obsession with the cave, but deep down, he feared it was something far worse. Elena was the next to be affected. Her dreams were different, more fragmented, but no less disturbing. In them, she found herself wandering through the woods, walking deeper and deeper into the darkness. The trees around her twisted and writhed, their limbs reaching out like skeletal hands. The air grew colder, heavier with each step, and then she would hear the whispering, the same voice that had called their names in the cave. It would come from all directions, as though it were the very forest itself speaking. The voice would beckon her, urging her to follow the path. "Come," it would say, "it's time to embrace your destiny." Elena would wake in a cold sweat, her heart racing, but the voice would still be there, lingering in the back of her mind, as though it had followed her out of the dream and into the waking world. She began to feel paranoid, her nerves frayed, as though something unseen was always watching her. The dreams grew more vivid each night, and they started to bleed into her waking hours. Shadows seemed to move in the corners of her vision, and the air would grow thick, suffocating, just like it had in the cave. Ryan, too, was not immune. His dreams were filled with dark, swirling clouds that seemed to choke the sky, casting everything in an eerie, twilight hue. He would find himself standing in the center of the cave, surrounded by the robed figures he had seen in the journal's illustrations. They would chant in a language he couldn't understand, their eyes hollow and unblinking, fixed on him. As the chant grew louder, the ground beneath him would begin to tremble, and the Ashen One would appear, its towering form rising from the shadows. Ryan would try to move, to escape, but his legs felt heavy, as though they were rooted to the ground by some unseen force. The creature's voice would reach out to him, promising him power and immortality in exchange for his soul. He would wake with a start, his body trembling, as if the presence of the Ashen One had never left. The dreams had started to bleed into his waking life as well. He found himself unable to shake the sensation of being followed, of being watched. The shadows in his room seemed to stretch unnaturally, and the corners of his vision would blur, as though the world itself was slipping into something darker, more sinister. Mark, ever the skeptic, initially dismissed the dreams as nothing more than stress-induced nightmares. He had no interest in the supernatural, no belief in the cult or the Ashen One. But soon, even he couldn't deny that something was wrong. His dreams, too, became more vivid, more unsettling. In them, he would stand before the altar in the cave, his heart pounding in his chest. The symbols on the walls would glow with an eerie light, and the Ashen One would loom above him, its voice a low, guttural growl. Mark would feel an overwhelming pressure in his chest, as though the very air was being sucked from his lungs. The whispers would call his name, promising him strength, wisdom, and power, but at a terrible cost. He would awaken each time, gasping for air, the suffocating feeling lingering long after he had left the dream behind. The fear was real now. He could feel it creeping into his thoughts during the day, too, as though the Ashen One was waiting for him to give in, to accept its offer. His skepticism had given way to a growing sense of dread, and he could no longer ignore the feeling that they had unleashed something far beyond their control. Sarah was the last to succumb to the dreams. At first, she had managed to keep the nightmares at bay, refusing to let them take hold of her. But one night, after a particularly long day of trying to ignore the feeling that something was watching her, she fell into a fitful sleep. And in that sleep, she found herself back in the cave, standing before the altar, bathed in an otherworldly light. The Ashen One was there, its dark form towering over her, its faceless head hovering inches from hers. It whispered her name, its voice soft but insistent. "Sarah," it crooned, "you are the key." The dreams were no longer just dreams. They were becoming something more, something real. She woke with a start, her heart pounding in her chest, her breath shallow and quick. She could still feel the coldness of the Ashen One's presence, still hear its whispers echoing in her ears. It felt as though it were calling to her, pulling her closer, as though she had already been marked for something far darker than she could understand. The group began to grow more distant from each other, their shared terror pulling them apart. The once vibrant energy they had shared now felt like a distant memory, replaced by an overwhelming sense of isolation. Each of them was trapped in their own personal nightmare, their own fear slowly suffocating them. But the whispers continued, persistent and unyielding, echoing through the silence of their nights. The Ashen One's call was growing stronger. Chapter 4. The unseen force. The days following their troubled dreams were marked by an unsettling silence. The group tried to carry on as usual, but there was a constant tension in the air, an invisible weight pressing down on them. The whispers, though faint, were still there, hanging in the back of their minds. Each one of them had begun to notice strange occurrences, things that didn't make sense, things that couldn't be explained. It wasn't just the dreams now. It was something real, something tangible that they could feel but not see. Sarah was the first to notice the odd feeling of being watched. It started with small things, shadows in her peripheral vision that seemed to move, a flicker of movement in the corner of a room when she wasn't looking. She would turn quickly, her heart racing, but there would be nothing there. It was as if the space around her had shifted when she wasn't paying attention. At night, she could hear faint rustling noises, like someone or something was moving through her apartment. The hairs on the back of her neck would stand on end, but when she investigated, there was no sign of anyone. Just an empty, silent room. One evening, after a particularly exhausting day of trying to ignore the gnawing sense of dread that had taken over her life, Sarah decided to leave the house and meet up with the others. She hoped that spending time with her friends would take her mind off the growing unease. As she walked to the local diner, however, the feeling of being followed intensified. It wasn't just in her mind. It was real, palpable. The streetlights above her flickered as if they were malfunctioning, casting long, jagged shadows on the ground. And as she quickened her pace, she could feel a presence behind her just out of sight, but always there, close enough that she could hear faint footsteps matching her own. She spun around, her heart in her throat, but there was no one there. Just the empty street, the cold air rushing past her as if mocking her paranoia. She continued walking, but the feeling wouldn't go away. It was as though something was watching her from the darkness, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. Mark was having similar experiences. It started when he was alone in his dorm room one afternoon, sitting at his desk, staring blankly at his laptop screen. The room had become unbearably still, too quiet. And then, ever so subtly, The air around him seemed to thicken. It wasn't a change in temperature, but something else, something that felt like a presence in the room. He could feel it, closing in around him, but when he glanced around, there was nothing out of the ordinary. The light from his desk lamp cast long shadows, stretching and warping as though they had a life of their own. He tried to dismiss it, telling himself it was just his imagination, but the feeling only grew stronger. His eyes kept darting to the corners of the room, where the shadows seemed to gather, swirling like smoke. When he finally stood up and moved across the room, the sensation of being watched intensified. His breath quickened as he turned to face the open window, hoping the fresh air would clear his mind. But just as he did, the faintest movement caught his eye, a dark shape that darted across the room, vanishing before he could make sense of it. His heart raced, and for the first time, he felt completely unmoored, as though the room itself had become a trap. Jacob, too, felt the weight of the unseen presence. He had been spending more time in the library, trying to research the journal, to understand the rituals and symbols, desperate to find any clue that would explain what had been happening to them. But the more he read, the more the unease grew. As he flipped through ancient texts and obscure articles about cults and dark deities, he began to notice something strange. Pages would be missing, or rewritten, as though the words were changing before his eyes. The lights in the library would flicker and hum, and every time he tried to focus, the air around him seemed to press in tighter, suffocating his thoughts. One night, after hours of fruitless searching, Jacob stood up and stretched, his muscles sore from sitting for too long. He glanced around the deserted library, the silence heavy, broken only by the occasional creak of the building settling. As he moved toward the exit, the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. A low, almost imperceptible sound echoed through the room, a faint whisper, no louder than a breath. His pulse quickened as he turned around, scanning the room. There was no one there, but the whispering continued, rising in pitch and urgency. It felt as though the very walls of the library were closing in on him. Elena, too, began to feel the pressure of the unseen force. She was walking home one evening, trying to push the thoughts of the cave and the journal out of her mind, when she felt a cold breeze against her neck, despite the warmth of the evening air. The sensation was so real, so physical, that she froze in place. She glanced around, but the street was empty, and the lights cast long shadows on the pavement. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was lurking just out of sight, waiting for the right moment to strike. She tried to tell herself it was nothing, just the remnants of the fear that had settled in her mind after the events in the cave. But as she continued walking, the feeling of being followed intensified. It wasn't just in her head anymore. She could hear the faintest sound of footsteps behind her, mimicking her every move. She spun around, but there was no one there, just the empty street stretching out in both directions. But the footsteps continued, always just behind her. Her heart pounded in her chest as she broke into a run, not stopping until she reached her apartment. Ryan's experience was more violent. He had been alone at his apartment one night, trying to sleep after another restless night of dreams, when the force finally made its presence known in a physical way. The walls of his room began to groan, a deep, rumbling sound that seemed to vibrate through the very foundation of the building. The floor beneath him shuddered, and the air grew so heavy that he could barely breathe. He reached for his phone, hoping to call someone, but as his fingers brushed the screen, the room went completely dark. The lights flickered once, twice, and then went out, plunging him into an oppressive, suffocating blackness. In the pitch black, Ryan could hear the sound of something moving around him, something large, something that breathed like a beast. His heart hammered in his chest as he stood frozen, unable to move, paralyzed by fear. The darkness seemed to press in on him from all sides, suffocating him, as the unseen force closed in. He could feel it now, like cold fingers wrapping around his throat, tightening with every passing second. The air was thick, charged with malevolent energy. Just as he thought he could bear it no longer, the lights flickered back on, and the oppressive feeling lifted, leaving him gasping for air, his body drenched in sweat. The group met the next day, all of them too afraid to ignore the reality of their experiences any longer. It was clear that something was hunting them, something dark and ancient, something that had been awakened by their actions in the cave. The unseen force that had been creeping into their lives was now impossible to deny. Each of them had felt its presence, and each of them was afraid. The whispers had begun, and the darkness had found them. Chapter 5. The mark. The oppressive sense of unease that had been building among the group reached a breaking point in the days following Ryan's terrifying encounter. Each of them had grown more withdrawn, more on edge. It seemed as though the darkness that had been creeping around the edges of their lives was now fully present, lingering just beneath the surface of their every thought. Every shadow, every creak of the floor, every flicker of light became a reminder that something was watching them, something that had been waiting. Jacob was the first to notice it. One evening, as he was absent-mindedly rolling up his sleeves after a long day, he caught sight of something strange on his left forearm. At first, it was barely noticeable, just a faint reddish line, as though he had scratched himself in his sleep. But as he looked closer, his stomach dropped. The mark wasn't a simple scratch. It was a symbol, one of the same strange designs that had appeared in the journal and on the walls of the cave. His pulse quickened as he ran his fingers over the symbol, feeling it raised slightly from his skin, as though it had been burned into him. It was cold to the touch, and yet his skin burned beneath it. He immediately pulled down his sleeve, panic rising in his chest. What was this? Was it a curse? Had the Ashen One somehow left its mark on him, just as it had in his dreams? Jacob's heart hammered in his chest as he tried to calm himself. It had to be a coincidence. But deep down, he knew it wasn't. He could feel it. The mark was real, and it was connected to everything that had been happening to them. The next morning, as the group gathered in their usual spot at the diner, Jacob couldn't keep the discovery to himself. He rolled up his sleeve to show the others, and their faces drained of color as they saw the symbol burned into his skin. Elena gasped, covering her mouth in horror. It's the same as the one from the cave," she whispered, her voice shaking. "The one on the altar." Mark stared at the mark, his mind racing. How is this even possible? It's like we've been branded, like we've been chosen for something we don't understand. His voice was filled with disbelief, but there was a flicker of fear behind his words. They had been playing with forces far beyond their comprehension, and now, it seemed, they were paying the price. Ryan clenched his fists, his expression hardening. "This is exactly what I was afraid of. We've already awakened something dark, and now it's marking us. One by one, it's coming for us." His voice was filled with fear and anger, but also with a deep sense of helplessness. "We have to figure out how to stop it, before it takes us all." The mark on Jacob's arm began to feel even colder, almost as though it were growing deeper into his flesh. He could feel the pull of it, drawing him toward something he couldn't quite understand, something dark and ancient. The more he tried to push it out of his mind, the more it seemed to consume him. It was as though the mark had become a part of him, a constant reminder of the pact they had unknowingly entered. That night, as he lay in bed, Jacob couldn't shake the feeling that the mark was somehow watching him, that it was alive. It itched and burned beneath his skin, and the whispering that had started in his dreams was now seeping into his waking thoughts. The voice was unmistakable now, clear as day. "Come to me," it called. "You are mine now, and there is no escape." The words were soft, yet filled with an undeniable command. Jacob tried to ignore them, but they pressed in on him, louder with each passing moment. In the days that followed, more of them began to notice similar marks appearing on their own skin. At first, it was subtle, just a faint line or a discoloration here and there, easy enough to dismiss. But as the days passed, the marks grew more pronounced, more vivid. Sarah found one on the back of her neck, Elena on her wrist, Ryan on his chest, and Mark on his lower back. All of them were identical, strange, twisted symbols that mirrored the ones in the journal and on the altar in the cave. The group was marked, branded by something that they could no longer ignore. They had no idea what the marks meant or what they signified, but they couldn't deny that they were connected to the Ashen One, to the dark entity they had unknowingly awakened. The whispers in their heads grew more frequent, more insistent. They could feel the presence of something far beyond their comprehension, pressing in on them from all sides. And each of them began to wonder, had they already sealed their fates by discovering the cave? Had they become pawns in a game they didn't even understand? The group's fear began to turn into something more: desperation. They no longer cared about studying the journal or trying to understand the cult's rituals. They wanted answers. They needed to find a way to break the curse, to rid themselves of the marks and the shadow that loomed over them. But no matter where they turned, no matter what they tried, the feeling of being watched never left. The Ashen One's presence was always there, lurking just out of sight. And then, one evening, Jacob received a strange message, an anonymous text, sent from an untraceable number. The message simply read, "The marks are just the beginning. You are being drawn closer to the altar. The ritual must be completed." Jacob stared at the screen, his hands shaking. The message was clear. Whatever they had awakened, it wasn't done with them yet. It was still coming, and they had no idea how to stop it. As the days passed, each of them became more frantic, their lives slipping further and further into chaos. The marks on their bodies began to feel like a weight, like a shackle that bound them to the Ashen One, and they knew deep in their souls that they were running out of time. Chapter 6. The blood offering. The days felt like they were slipping through their fingers, each one becoming a blur of fear, frustration, and a growing sense of doom. The marks on their skin seemed to burn more with each passing moment, and the whispers had become relentless voices that echoed through their minds even in the waking world. It was as if the Ashen One's influence was seeping into every corner of their lives, suffocating them, making it impossible to escape. Every shadow, every dark corner seemed to promise the same thing: "It's coming for you." One evening, as the group sat in their usual spot at the diner, the conversation had turned once again to what they had learned in the journal. They had all grown desperate for answers, but the truth was harder to grasp with each new discovery. As Jacob flipped through the journal, he came across a passage that stood out, a passage that chilled him to his core. It described a ritual, one that involved an offering of blood. The text was vague, fragmented, but it was clear enough. The ritual had to be completed, or else the Ashen One would remain trapped between worlds, growing stronger with each passing day. Ryan leaned over to see what Jacob was reading, his eyes widening as he saw the words. "Blood offering? Are you serious?" His voice was a mixture of disbelief and terror. "What kind of sick cult are we dealing with here?" Mark, who had been unusually quiet, spoke up. "It's not just some cult. It's something older, something far more dangerous. And now, it's trying to finish what it started. We're its chosen vessels, whether we like it or not." His words hung in the air like a death sentence. "The ritual has to be completed. It's the only way to stop it." Elena shook her head, her face pale. "How do we even know if completing the ritual will stop it? What if it makes things worse? We've already unleashed something beyond our control. The blood offering, it sounds like a sacrifice." Her voice wavered, fear rising in her chest. What if the offering isn't just symbolic? What if one of us has to die? Sarah's eyes filled with tears as she looked around the table at her friends. They were all exhausted, their faces hollow with fear. The marks on their bodies had begun to spread, each one growing more vivid, more noticeable. It was as if the Ashen One was slowly taking hold of them, claiming them as its own. And the more they resisted, the stronger it became. She felt trapped. There was no way out. Every option seemed to lead them further into the darkness. Jacob, who had been poring over the journal, suddenly looked up with a grim expression. "There's more," he said, his voice low and strained. "The offering doesn't just require blood. It requires a life. The ritual demands a sacrifice, someone who willingly gives their blood to the Ashen One in exchange for its power." He swallowed hard, the weight of his words pressing down on him. "One of us has to do it. One of us has to make the ultimate sacrifice." The room fell silent, the weight of Jacob's words settling over them like a fog. No one spoke for a long time. The idea of offering up a life, any life, was unthinkable. But the truth was undeniable. They had no choice. The Ashen One was already making its move. The mark, the whispers, the dreams, they were all signs that it was growing stronger, pulling them deeper into its world. Ryan clenched his fists, his jaw set with determination. "No one is sacrificing anyone. We can find another way. There has to be another way." His voice was firm, but there was a flicker of doubt in his eyes. He didn't believe in the power of the ritual, but the fear gnawing at his insides told him that it might be the only way to stop what was coming. They had already crossed a line. What more was there to lose? Elena's voice trembled as she spoke. "If we don't complete the ritual, it's going to keep coming for us. The Ashen One is already here. We've already seen its influence. It's in our dreams, in the marks on our skin, in every breath we take. If we don't stop it, we'll all be consumed." She looked around the table, her eyes pleading for them to understand. The blood offering. Maybe it's the only way to end this. Sarah couldn't breathe. She felt as though the walls were closing in on her, the air growing thick with dread. She wanted to scream, to run, to escape, but there was nowhere to go. They had awakened something ancient, something malevolent, and now it was demanding a price. The thought of someone dying, of one of them sacrificing their life, was unbearable. But she knew that if they didn't act, they would all die, one by one. Jacob turned the journal over in his hands, his mind racing. The text in front of him was clear now. The blood offering would not only bind the Ashen One to this world, but it would also grant its chosen one unimaginable power. A single life in exchange for untold strength and immortality. Jacob shuddered at the thought. The Ashen One was not just a god, it was a monster, a creature that fed on the lives of others, a being that was fueled by blood and sacrifice. And now, it had them. He looked up at the others, his voice barely above a whisper. "We have to go back to the cave. The ritual, it has to be completed there. The altar, it's the key." His eyes darted around the table, locking with each of their gazes. "But we have to make a decision. One of us has to step forward. One of us has to offer their blood willingly." The silence that followed was deafening. No one moved, no one spoke. It was as if they were all waiting for someone else to make the decision. The truth was, none of them wanted to face what lay ahead. They had come so far, and now they had to make the ultimate choice. But as the minutes ticked by, the pressure mounted, and deep down, they all knew that their time was running out. Chapter 7. The altar awakens. The decision had been made, though none of them had spoken the words aloud. Each of them knew that the time had come to return to the cave, to face whatever dark force had been waiting for them all along. The marks on their skin burned brighter now, more pronounced, as though the Ashen One was calling to them, pulling them toward the altar. There was no escape, only one path forward, and it led straight into the heart of the darkness they had awakened. The journey back to the cave felt endless. They walked in silence, each step heavier than the last, the air growing colder as they neared the ravine. The forest around them seemed to close in, the trees stretching their twisted limbs toward the sky, as though reaching for them, as though guiding them to their fate. The whispers had grown louder, more insistent, until they could hear them even in their waking moments. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of wood, seemed to echo with the call of the Ashen One. It was waiting. It was hungry. As they descended the path into the cave, the temperature seemed to drop, and the air thickened with the oppressive sense of something ancient, something powerful. The shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally, and the faint hum they had first heard during their previous visit reverberated through the walls, shaking the ground beneath their feet. They moved cautiously, their flashlights flickering in the darkness, casting erratic shadows on the stone walls. The cave felt alive now, as though it was aware of their presence, watching them with 1,000 unseen eyes. When they reached the altar, they froze. The altar, once cold and desolate, was now pulsing with an otherworldly energy, a low, rhythmic thrum that vibrated through the very air. The markings on the stone glowed faintly, as though the Ashen One was already beginning to manifest, already reaching out to claim them. It was no longer just a relic of the past. It was awake. It was alive. And it was waiting for them. Jacob felt a chill crawl up his spine as he approached the altar. The mark on his arm burned with an intensity he had never felt before, and he could hear the whispers more clearly now, as though the Ashen One was speaking directly into his mind. "You have come," the voice rasped, its tone low and hungry. "You are mine. All of you are mine." The words seemed to reverberate through his skull, shaking him to the core. He turned to the others, his face pale, his eyes wide with fear. "It's here. It's awake." Ryan stepped forward, his voice trembling with fear, but laced with determination. "We have to finish this. We have to end it." He glanced at the others, his expression filled with a mixture of terror and resolve. "One of us has to make the sacrifice. We can't leave until it's done." Elena shook her head, her eyes wide with disbelief. "I can't do it. I can't offer my life to that thing." Her hands shook as she clutched at her chest. "We've already lost so much. I can't lose more." Sarah, her eyes fixed on the altar, spoke quietly, her voice barely a whisper. "We don't have a choice. If we don't finish this, we'll all die. It won't stop until we do. The blood offering, it's the only way." The tension in the cave was unbearable. The whispers grew louder, more frantic, as though the Ashen One was urging them to act. The ground beneath them seemed to tremble, and the altar radiated a dark energy that made the very air feel thick, suffocating. It was as if the cave itself was alive, as if it were breathing with them, drawing them closer to the ritual that had already begun. Jacob stepped toward the altar, his heart racing, his mind clouded with fear and desperation. He could feel the presence of the Ashen One now, pressing in on him from all sides. The air around him seemed to crackle with dark energy, and he could hear the creature's voice more clearly, like a whisper in the back of his mind. "You are the one," it hissed. "You are the one who will give your blood, your soul, to me." The others stood frozen behind him, their faces pale, their eyes filled with terror. They could all feel the weight of the choice pressing down on them. Jacob knew what he had to do, but as he reached for the blade, the one described in the journal, he hesitated. A single thought echoed in his mind. What if we're wrong? What if there's another way? But there was no time for second thoughts. The Ashen One was close now, its power suffusing the cave, filling every corner of the dark space with its presence. Jacob gripped the blade, his hands shaking, and for a moment he wondered if they had already made a terrible mistake by coming here. But he knew, deep down, that there was no turning back now. The ritual had begun, and it would not stop until it was completed. With a deep breath, Jacob raised the blade, and in one swift motion, he pressed it against his palm, feeling the sharp sting as the blood flowed freely. As the blood dripped onto the altar, the ground trembled beneath their feet, and the cave seemed to come alive with a surge of dark energy. The whispers grew into a deafening roar, and the shadows around them twisted and writhed, coalescing into a dark, formless shape. Then, as if the world itself was holding its breath, the Ashen One manifested before them. Its form was incomprehensible, shifting, writhing, a dark mass of tendrils and shadows, its presence overwhelming. The air grew thick with an unearthly pressure, and the very ground beneath them seemed to pulse with the rhythm of its dark heartbeat. The Ashen One was here, and it was hungry. Chapter 8. The Rising. The moment Jacob's blood hit the altar, everything changed. The air around them thickened, becoming heavy with a dark, oppressive force. The ground beneath their feet trembled violently, as though the very earth itself was reacting to the ritual. The whispers, which had been faint and distant before, now became a cacophony, filling the cave with an overwhelming noise that seemed to come from everywhere at once. It was as if the Ashen One was speaking directly into their minds, filling them with dread, with an insatiable hunger. Jacob stumbled back from the altar, his hand clutching the wound on his palm. The blood continued to drip onto the stone, staining the symbols that had once seemed so alien, now glowing with a sickly, unnatural light. He could feel the weight of the entity's gaze upon him, as though the Ashen One was locking its gaze directly into his soul. It was beyond comprehension, a presence that defied the natural order of the world, a being that existed between the lines of reality. The shadows in the cave began to shift, bending and swirling, their shapes distorting in unnatural ways. The darkness seemed to have a life of its own, as if the very cave had come alive with the entity's power. The whispers grew louder, clearer, until they were no longer whispers at all, but words that echoed through the cavern with an unholy resonance. "You are mine," the Ashen One hissed, its voice thick with malice. "All of you are mine. Your souls belong to me." Ryan gritted his teeth, his hands shaking as he tried to steady himself. "This isn't real," he muttered to himself, though the tremor in his voice betrayed his words. "This can't be happening. It's not real." But as he spoke, he could feel it, the presence of the Ashen One, closing in on them, wrapping its tendrils around their minds. The very walls of the cave seemed to pulse with its energy, as though the space was bending to its will. Elena staggered backward, her eyes wide with terror. "It's not real? Then what the hell is that?" She pointed toward the center of the altar, where the darkness seemed to coalesce, swirling into a form that was both terrifying and incomprehensible. The Ashen One's shape shifted before them at times. It seemed to be a mass of writhing shadows, and at other times, a monstrous, hulking figure that loomed over them, its outline constantly shifting and changing. There was no definite form, only the presence of something impossibly ancient, impossibly powerful. The ground shook again, and the cave seemed to groan under the weight of the entity's manifestation. The very air seemed to grow colder, heavier, as though the Ashen One was pulling the warmth from their bodies, leaving nothing but emptiness and despair. Jacob felt his knees buckle as the pressure mounted. He had no strength left in him. He could feel his very soul being pulled toward the altar, being drawn into the dark maw of the Ashen One. The entity's influence was no longer subtle. It was inside them now, crawling into their thoughts, twisting their minds, feeding off their fear. Mark was the first to succumb, his face contorting with anguish as his eyes glazed over. "No, please," he whispered, his voice hollow. I can't fight it." His body began to shake, his hands twitching as if trying to break free of the invisible grip that held him in place. But there was no escape. The Ashen One's hold on him was absolute. Sarah reached out to him, her heart racing, but as she did, she felt a cold hand grip her own. She spun around, only to find that Elena, too, had fallen under the Ashen One's sway. Elena's eyes were wide, filled with an emptiness that Sarah couldn't bear to look at. "We have to get out of here," Sarah cried, her voice shaking, but Elena's gaze was blank, unseeing. The presence of the Ashen One had already consumed her. Leave if you can," Elena whispered, her voice a hollow echo. "It will take you all. It will take us all." She was no longer the Elena they knew. Her body was still there, but her soul, her essence, had been stolen by the entity. It had already begun to feed. Sarah stepped back, her breath coming in ragged gasps, but the Ashen One was already in her mind. She could feel it like cold fingers wrapping around her consciousness, dragging her thoughts into its endless void. She tried to resist, to push it away, but it was everywhere. Its presence suffocated her. It spoke to her, its voice as smooth as oil. You are all mine now. Your souls are mine. You will serve me forever. She wanted to scream, to fight back, but her voice was lost in the roar of the Ashen One's words. She could feel herself slipping, could feel the darkness pulling her down, wrapping itself around her like a cocoon. There was no escape. They were all trapped in the grip of something far older, far more powerful than they could have ever imagined. Then, through the chaos, Jacob's voice cut through the madness. "We can still stop it," he cried, his voice breaking as he staggered forward. "We can reverse the ritual. We can undo the sacrifice." He reached out to them, his eyes filled with desperation. "We just need to fight it together." But the Ashen One's laughter echoed around them, dark and guttural. "Fight me? You cannot fight me, mortal. I am the end of all things. You cannot escape what is already yours." Its voice grew louder, more powerful, filling the entire cave with its terrible presence. The walls seemed to close in on them, the shadows pressing down, suffocating them with its weight. It was too late. The Ashen One had risen, and now there was no way out. Chapter 9. The final rite. The cave seemed to collapse around them. The walls shook with the force of the Ashen One's presence, its power like a tidal wave crashing over everything in its path. Sarah's heart raced as she struggled to breathe, the air thick with the presence of the creature. It was everywhere inside her mind, in her thoughts, in every corner of the cave. The whispers filled her ears, pressing in, suffocating her. It was too much to fight. But then, through the haze of fear and despair, Jacob's voice rang out. "We can still undo it." His voice was raw, filled with desperation. "The ritual, the journal, it says there's a way to reverse it. We have to perform the counter rite." His words were like a lifeline thrown into the abyss, and for the first time since they had begun this nightmare, Sarah felt a flicker of hope. It was a long shot, but it was all they had left. She turned to the others, her eyes wild with panic. Mark, his face pale and vacant, stood motionless, as though the Ashen One had already claimed him. Elena was the same, empty, hollow. Ryan, too, was barely holding on, his body trembling as he fought to remain conscious against the overwhelming pressure of the creature's power. "We can't lose any more of us," Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible over the cacophony of whispers. "We can still fight." Jacob was already flipping through the journal, his hands shaking as he searched for the words that would give them a chance, any chance, to reverse what they had done. His face was strained, his brow furrowed with concentration. The Ashen One's laughter echoed around them, a cruel reminder of how little time they had left. "You cannot escape," it hissed, its voice deep and resonant, like the rumbling of thunder. "You are already mine." But Jacob refused to listen. He had to believe there was a way out. The journal contained the knowledge of the cult, their ancient rites, and their dark power. He found the passage he was looking for. The words were clear, but they were written in a language that felt alien, as though they were not meant to be spoken by mortal tongues. His heart raced as he read the words aloud, his voice trembling with both fear and hope. "By blood and soul, by the binding of fate, the curse may be undone. The price shall be paid, but the darkness shall be sealed." Sarah barely heard the words. They didn't make sense, and yet they felt as though they were the key, the only way to stop the Ashen One from consuming them all. "What does it mean?" she asked, her voice shaking with fear. "What do we need to do?" Jacob's eyes darted across the page, and he looked up at them, his face pale. "It says we need to offer a life to undo the sacrifice. One of us has to die." His words hung in the air like a death sentence. They all understood. The cost of undoing the ritual was steep, one life in exchange for saving the others. It was the same price the cult had paid to summon the Ashen One in the first place. Ryan stepped forward, his face set in a grim expression. "If one of us has to die, then it should be me." His voice was steady, but there was a deep sadness in his eyes. "I've already lost myself to the Ashen One's power. It's the only way." "No," Sarah cried out, grabbing his arm. "You can't. We can't lose you, too." She looked around at the others, at Mark and Elena, who were now barely more than empty shells. There was no way to save them, not in this moment. The Ashen One had already claimed them. Jacob shook his head. "We don't have time. We can't waste it arguing." His eyes were hard, determined. "We need to finish this now before it's too late." But just as they were about to prepare for the final act, the cave seemed to shift. The shadows twisted and curled, their forms becoming more defined, more monstrous. The Ashen One's influence was growing stronger by the second, and the very ground beneath them seemed to rumble in response to its power. "It's too late," the voice of the Ashen One boomed, reverberating through the cave. "You cannot stop me. I have already won." The temperature plummeted, and Sarah's breath turned to mist as the creature's power swelled around them. She felt the darkness closing in on her, suffocating her. But Jacob wasn't finished. He raised the journal above his head, his voice shaking as he continued to recite the words from the page. "The blood binds us, the sacrifice seals the pact." He repeated the words over and over, his voice growing louder, more forceful with each passing moment. "We end this now." The shadows seemed to recoil from his words, as though the Ashen One was weakening, just for a moment. The air grew still, heavy with the power of the counter-rite. The altar pulsed with a dark light, and the cave seemed to hold its breath. And then, with a final desperate cry, Jacob plunged the blade into his own chest, offering his life to the ritual. His blood flowed freely, mixing with the dark energy that filled the cave, and for a moment the world seemed to pause, as though time itself was caught in the balance between life and death. The cave exploded in a burst of light, bright, blinding, and terrifying. The force of the explosion threw Sarah and the others back, knocking them to the ground. The air vibrated with a deafening roar, and the shadows twisted violently, as though they were being pulled back into the darkness from which they had come. The Ashen One's laughter, once so overpowering, faded into a distant, eerie silence. The altar crackled and smoked, its dark energy dissipating as the ritual was undone. Jacob's body lay lifeless on the cold stone, his sacrifice sealing the pact, ending the horror that had consumed them all. Chapter 10. The ashes remained. The world felt different when Sarah opened her eyes. The cave was eerily silent now, the overwhelming presence of the Ashen One no longer pressing down on them. The air was still, unnaturally so, and the temperature had returned to normal, though it was hard to shake the bone-deep cold that had settled in her veins. She sat up slowly, her limbs heavy, her head spinning as if she had just woken from a terrible nightmare. The others were still on the ground, lying unconscious, their bodies sprawled out in the rubble that had been the altar. Sarah's gaze turned to Jacob, who lay motionless in the center of the cave. The blood from his sacrifice had pooled around him, staining the stone. Her heart broke as she looked at him, the weight of the price they had paid settling on her chest like a stone. Jacob was gone. They had lost him to stop the Ashen One, but the cost had been unimaginable. She crawled over to him, her hands trembling as she touched his cold skin. There was no warmth left, no pulse. He was truly gone. Sarah's throat tightened, and for a moment she thought she might scream, but the sound caught in her chest, strangled by the grief that gripped her. She had never imagined it would come to this, that one of them would have to give their life to save the rest. But Jacob had been the one to make that choice, and now he was lost to them forever. Ryan was the first to stir. He groaned as he slowly sat up, rubbing his head as if trying to clear the fog from his thoughts. He looked around in confusion before his eyes locked on Sarah. "Sarah, what happened?" His voice was hoarse, and his gaze flicked to the altar, to Jacob's lifeless body. The weight of it hit him like a physical blow. "No," he whispered, his voice breaking as he saw what they had all feared. He's gone." Tears welled in Sarah's eyes, and she nodded silently, unable to speak. She didn't need to say the words. They all knew. Jacob had given his life to stop the entity, to undo the ritual and save them. But the cost had been too great. They would never see him again. Mark and Elena were next to wake, their movements slow and sluggish, as if they were emerging from some deep, dark place. The confusion in their eyes turned to dread when they saw Jacob's body. Mark, his face pale and hollow, stood shakily and walked over to him, kneeling beside the lifeless form. "No," he whispered, his voice low, filled with disbelief. "No, we couldn't have lost him." The cave was silent again, save for the soft, mournful sobs that began to spill from Elena's lips. She had been the strongest, the one to fight back the hardest against the darkness, but now she seemed fragile, broken. The weight of Jacob's sacrifice had torn through all of them, leaving only emptiness in its wake. They sat together for a long time, the cave still and heavy with the aftermath of the ritual. The Ashen One was gone, its dark presence banished, but it had left its mark on them all physically, emotionally, and spiritually. The ritual had ended, but the consequences would stay with them forever. Finally, Ryan stood, his face grim, and walked over to the altar. He glanced at the symbols that had once glowed with dark energy, now dull and lifeless. The remnants of the Ashen One's power were still present, like a stain on the world that couldn't be washed away. "It's over," he said, his voice hoarse but resolute. "We stopped it. We ended it." But Sarah didn't feel the relief he seemed to think would come. It wasn't over for her. It wasn't over for any of them. Jacob's sacrifice had undone the curse, but the Ashen One had left something behind, a darkness that couldn't be erased so easily. It lingered in the very air, in the silence that filled the cave. She could feel it in her chest, a hollow ache that wouldn't go away. "We have to leave," she said softly, standing up slowly. She couldn't stay here, not in the place where they had lost Jacob. It was over, yes, but it had also only just begun. They had defeated the Ashen One, but it was clear that it had changed them. That kind of power, that kind of darkness, could never truly be wiped away. It would always be a part of them. Mark, who had been silent, nodded slowly. "We can't stay here. We can't keep going back to what happened." His voice was a mix of grief and exhaustion, a reflection of the weight they had all carried. "We need to get out. We need to live." As they walked out of the cave, the morning light seemed to greet them with an almost mocking warmth. The world outside was the same as it had always been, the trees still standing, the birds still chirping, but everything felt different. The world hadn't changed, but they had. Their innocence, their sense of security, was gone, torn away by the horrors they had faced in the dark. And as Sarah took one last look at the cave's entrance, she realized something chilling. The Ashen One was gone, yes, but something of it remained inside of them, inside her. The darkness, the whispers, the hunger, it wasn't over. The Ashen One may have been sealed away, but the curse it had left behind was something they could never outrun. It would follow them, always, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to rise again. The ashes remained. The Witch of Hollow Creek, Chapter 1. The return. Emily's hands trembled as she gripped the letter, its edges worn from the journey. The paper was yellowed and fragile, as though it had been waiting for years to be opened. She had never expected to receive a letter from Hollow Creek, a place she had abandoned long ago, a place she had never wanted to return to. Yet, here she was, on the edge of a path she had once walked as a child, drawn back by a summons that felt more like a command than an invitation. The words in the letter were simple, yet they echoed in her mind like a warning. "Your grandmother has passed. Return to Hollow Creek." She had never fully understood the gravity of those words until now. The road to Hollow Creek was narrow and winding, lined with old trees whose gnarled branches seemed to reach out like skeletal hands. Emily's breath was shallow as she navigated the familiar but haunting terrain. The village was tucked away deep within a thick forest, cut off from the outside world by miles of dense woods and winding rivers. She could already feel the weight of the place settling around her, the quietness pressing in on her from all sides. She remembered the isolation, the way the village seemed to exist in a world apart from the rest of the country. Time had always moved differently here. The houses, built of stone and wood, had an ancient, weathered appearance, their rooftops crooked, their walls covered in moss and vines. The air was thick with the scent of wet earth and rotting leaves, and as Emily walked down the cobbled street, she felt as though the past was closing in on her. The village was silent, unnaturally so. The wind, which had carried the scent of the forest, seemed to have stilled. There were no birds, no voices, just the sound of her footsteps echoing off the stone. It was as if the village itself was holding its breath, waiting for her arrival. As she reached the end of the road, Emily saw her grandmother's house looming in the distance, barely visible through the tangled underbrush. The cottage had always stood at the outskirts of the village, isolated from the rest, like the woman who had lived there. The house seemed to be made of shadows and whispers, its windows dark and uninviting, as if it had been waiting for her return. Emily's heart pounded in her chest as she approached, and she couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. The door to the cottage stood ajar, an unusual sight. Her grandmother had always been careful about locking the door, even when she was inside. Emily hesitated at the threshold, her hand hovering over the doorknob. The door creaked in protest as she pushed it open, revealing the dimly lit interior. The air inside was thick with the scent of dust and age, and the silence was deafening. The house had always been full of sounds: the crackle of a fire, the faint murmur of her grandmother's voice, the rustle of old books, but now there was nothing. Only the oppressive stillness. The floorboards groaned under her feet as Emily stepped further into the house, the floorboards creaking with every movement. The walls, once filled with strange paintings and odd trinkets, were now bare, their once vibrant colors dulled by time. The furniture was covered in sheets, as though her grandmother had been expecting to return at any moment, but something about the house felt abandoned. Empty. The weight of the silence was suffocating, and Emily couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching her, hidden just beyond her sight. She made her way through the narrow hallway, the shadows stretching long in the corners of the rooms. The house seemed to breathe around her, the old wood creaking and groaning as if it were alive. Her grandmother had always been a solitary figure, mysterious and often shrouded in silence. She had lived alone for as long as Emily could remember, ever since her parents had disappeared without a trace when Emily was just a child. The village had whispered of her grandmother's strange practices, of rituals and old secrets, but Emily had never truly believed them. Now, standing in the empty house, she wasn't so sure. She entered the living room, and the first thing she noticed was the fireplace. It was cold, its stones darkened by soot, yet she could almost see the flicker of flames in her mind. She remembered the nights she had spent with her grandmother, curled up by the fire, listening to the old woman's stories of the past, of the witch trials and the curses that hung over their family. But those were just stories, weren't they? Just old tales meant to frighten children. Yet now, in the quiet of the cottage, Emily wasn't so certain. A rustle of movement drew her attention. Her gaze snapped to the corner of the room, where a dark shape appeared to shift in the shadows. Emily's breath caught in her throat. Her heart hammered against her ribcage as she instinctively took a step back. But the shape did not move. She blinked, and when she opened her eyes again, it was gone. Just the flicker of a shadow, nothing more. But the feeling remained the feeling that she was not alone. A soft noise, almost imperceptible, broke the silence. Emily froze, straining to hear. It was a whisper, distant but clear. Her name. Emily. The voice was faint, but it seemed to come from all around her, as if the very walls of the house were speaking. She spun around, her eyes darting to the corners of the room, but there was no one there. The whisper had stopped, but the feeling of being watched remained. A chill ran down her spine, and her breath came in shallow gasps. The air in the room had grown colder, and the shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally long. Emily wanted to leave, to run from this place that had once felt like home, but she couldn't bring herself to move. There was something here, something she had to uncover, something tied to the past that had been waiting for her return. As she stood in the center of the room, a sense of dread settled over her, the weight of the house pressing down on her shoulders. She felt as though the walls were closing in, as if they were alive and remembering her. And then, in the deepest corner of her mind, she heard the sound of footsteps. Slow, deliberate, echoing from somewhere deep within the house. Someone, or something, was coming for her. Chapter 2. The village's silence. The following morning, Emily ventured out into the village. The sun hung low in the sky, shrouded by thick clouds, casting a pale, eerie light over the streets. She stepped cautiously onto the cobblestone path, the cold air biting at her skin. Hollow Creek had always been quiet, but today it felt suffocating. The houses stood in solemn rows, their windows like watchful eyes, but there was no sign of life. No children playing in the streets, no shopkeepers haggling with customers, no village folk gossiping under the awning of the tavern. It was as if the entire town had been emptied. Her footsteps echoed through the streets, but no one came to greet her. No familiar faces, no friendly waves. Emily's stomach twisted with unease. She had grown up here, and though her memories were clouded by the years, she still remembered the warmth of the villagers' smiles, the laughter that had once filled the air. Now, there was only a suffocating quiet, broken only by the distant rustling of trees in the wind. It felt unnatural, wrong. As she passed the old inn, she saw a figure standing in the doorway. An elderly man, hunched and frail, peered out at her from behind a curtain. His eyes narrowed, and for a moment their gazes locked. Then, without a word, he quickly stepped back inside, pulling the door shut behind him with a loud thud. Emily blinked, unsure if she had imagined it. Had he been waiting for her? Or had he simply been startled by her presence? The exchange was brief, but the man's expression was enough to send a cold shiver down her spine. She continued walking, but every time she passed a villager, their eyes flickered nervously toward her before quickly looking away. It was as if they were avoiding her on purpose. Some even hurriedly turned down alleyways or ducked inside their homes as she approached. Emily could feel the weight of their gazes, heavy and filled with unspoken words. The village had always been a tight-knit community, but now it felt like a prison, a place where no one wanted to acknowledge her existence. The only person who spoke to her was the blacksmith, a gruff man named Thomas. He was working on a large anvil, hammering away at a glowing piece of metal, when Emily passed by. At first, he didn't acknowledge her presence, but then he paused, wiped the sweat from his brow, and looked up at her with a strange, almost fearful expression. "Been a long time, Miss Emily," he muttered, his voice low. He didn't smile, nor did he offer any warmth. There was only a cold, distant recognition in his eyes. "Your grandmother's passing. It's a hard thing. We all remember her well, don't we?" His words seemed to hang in the air, heavy with meaning. Emily nodded, but before she could say anything, he turned his attention back to his work, the hammer clanging loudly against the metal. There was something odd about the way he spoke. It wasn't just the words, but the tone. It was as though he was carefully choosing his words, trying not to say too much. But what could he be hiding? What was he so afraid of? It was as though the villagers had all agreed on some unspoken rule. Do not speak of the past. Do not speak of her grandmother. As she walked on, the silence grew thicker. It wasn't just the absence of conversation. It was the absence of life. There were no animals scurrying across the road, no birds perched on the telephone wires. Not a single soul walked alongside her. It was as if the village had been drained of its vitality, leaving only the husks of homes and the ghostly memories of its people. She shivered and wrapped her arms around herself, trying to shake the growing sense of dread. She passed the church, its tall, dark spire looming over the village like a silent sentinel. The doors were closed, but she could have sworn she heard faint whispers coming from within. She stopped for a moment, her heart thumping in her chest. Were the villagers hiding inside, watching her from the windows, too afraid to come out? The idea seemed ludicrous, but she couldn't shake it. It was as though they were all afraid to face her, or perhaps afraid of what she might uncover. Finally, Emily made her way to the village square. The old fountain stood at the center, its waters long since dried up, the stone basin cracked and chipped. A few weathered statues surrounded it, their faces worn and almost unreadable. There, standing in the center of the square, was a figure, a woman. Her hair was white, her face old but sharp, and her eyes held a deep, unsettling knowledge. It was Sarah, the village elder. She had been one of Emily's grandmother's few friends, or so it was rumored. The woman's presence seemed to pull the air from the square, making everything feel heavier, darker. "Miss Emily," Sarah said in a voice that was both kind and cold. "It's good to see you back." Her smile was polite, but it didn't reach her eyes. "I suppose you've come to settle affairs after your grandmother's passing." There was something in her tone, something that didn't sit right. "There are things about your grandmother you might not know. Things best left forgotten." Emily opened her mouth to respond, but Sarah raised a hand, silencing her. "Not here, child. Come to my house later. I'll tell you what you need to know." And with that, she turned and walked away, her steps slow and deliberate. Emily stood frozen for a moment, the air thick with a tension she couldn't quite explain. There was no warmth in Sarah's words, no reassurance. Just an invitation to a conversation that would surely uncover more than Emily was prepared for. The village remained silent around her, the air thick with the weight of unspoken truths. As Emily turned to leave, she couldn't help but wonder, what were the villagers so afraid of? And why did they want to keep her away from the past? Chapter 3. The hidden room. The air in the cottage grew colder as Emily continued to sift through her grandmother's belongings. The house, though filled with remnants of the past, felt strangely empty. Dust danced in the beams of light that filtered through the grime-covered windows, settling on the shelves and old furniture. The living room was still as she had left it earlier, but now, in the quiet of the afternoon, she noticed something she hadn't before. A faint smell of herbs, strong and pungent, lingering in the corners of the room. It was the same scent her grandmother had always worn, like a blend of lavender and sage, though now it seemed almost medicinal, foreign. Her grandmother had never been one to keep her home overly tidy. She had always been a woman of purpose, someone who moved through life with a sense of urgency, constantly looking for the next ritual or ancient text. Emily had always assumed it was just her eccentricity, a trait that had both intrigued and frightened the people of Hollow Creek. But now, as she stood surrounded by the clutter, she realized that her grandmother's obsession with knowledge with forbidden things had led her down a much darker path. Emily's hands trembled slightly as she picked up an old leather-bound book from the coffee table. The cover was intricately embossed with symbols she didn't recognize, and as she opened it, the pages were filled with strange writings, foreign languages, and strange, unsettling illustrations. The ink on the pages was faded, but the drawings of symbols and cryptic figures sent a chill down her spine. This was no ordinary book. It was something much darker, something her grandmother had kept hidden. As she turned the pages, Emily's eyes were drawn to a small, odd sketch that seemed to repeat itself throughout the book. A door, a narrow, hidden passageway, appeared in nearly every illustration. The more she looked at it, the more certain she became. This wasn't a mere symbol. It was a map. The map to something hidden in the house. Her grandmother had always been secretive about certain areas of the cottage, but Emily had never thought much of it. Now, the sense of urgency in the back of her mind grew stronger. She had to find this hidden door. She had to know what her grandmother had left behind. Following the map's vague instructions, Emily made her way through the house, tracing the path that the book had hinted at. The walls were thick with age, and the floor creaked underfoot as if protesting her every step. She walked to the far end of the hallway, where the plaster walls seemed to bulge slightly, an oddity she had never noticed before. There, hidden behind a worn tapestry, she found it. A door. Unlike any other door in the house, this one was smaller, almost hidden in plain sight. The wood was warped and dark, the brass handle tarnished and cold to the touch. With a mixture of fear and excitement, Emily turned the handle. The door creaked open with surprising ease, revealing a narrow, dimly lit stairway leading down into the dark. The air that rushed up from the depths of the stairs was thick with dust and something else, something heavier, like the scent of damp earth. She hesitated at the threshold, her heartbeat thudding in her ears, but then her curiosity won over her fear. She had to know what her grandmother had kept hidden. Slowly, she descended the stairs, the old wood groaning under her weight with every step. The basement was unlike anything she had expected. It was vast, much larger than she had imagined, and filled with shelves upon shelves of old books, jars of strange substances, and artifacts she couldn't even begin to understand. The room was dim, lit only by a single flickering candle placed on a stone altar in the center of the room. Around the altar, strange symbols were etched into the floor, some familiar and others completely alien to her. The air was thick with the smell of old herbs, smoke, and something more, metallic. She could feel the presence of something ancient, something powerful, lurking in the shadows. In the far corner of the room, a large wooden chest sat on the ground, its surface scarred by years of neglect. Without thinking, Emily approached it, her hands shaking as she lifted the heavy lid. Inside, she found a collection of strange objects. Crystal vials filled with dark liquids, a tarnished silver mirror, and a collection of old parchment scrolls that looked too fragile to touch. But it wasn't these items that caught her attention. It was the book resting on top of the pile, a thick, worn volume that seemed to call out to her. She opened the book slowly, the pages yellowed with age. The handwriting inside was small and neat, but the ink was dark, almost black. The words on the pages spoke of rituals, of summoning ancient forces, of binding spirits to the will of the practitioner. Emily's heart raced as she skimmed the words, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. She had heard rumors over the years, whispers about her grandmother's past, about her supposed dabbling in witchcraft and the occult, but she had never believed them. Now, as she read the words on these pages, she realized the truth. Her grandmother had been far more than just a mysterious old woman. She had been a witch, and not just any witch, but one with a dark and terrible power. At the very back of the book, Emily found a peculiar drawing, a circle surrounded by symbols, the same ones she had seen etched into the basement floor. In the center of the circle was a drawing of a raven, its wings spread wide as if in flight. Beneath it, a single phrase was written in bold letters: "The pact is sealed, the soul is bound." Emily's breath caught in her throat as she realized what this meant. Her grandmother had made a deal, a pact with something powerful, something dark. She had sold her soul for power. But at what cost? And what had her grandmother expected in return? As Emily closed the book, she felt a sudden pressure on her chest, as though the very air around her had thickened. She looked around the room, her senses heightened. The shadows seemed to dance around the edges of the room, alive with something malevolent. And then she heard it, a low, rumbling sound, like the beating of wings. She spun around, her heart racing. There, perched on a shelf in the corner, was the raven. Its eyes gleamed in the dim light, locked on her with an unblinking stare. The room seemed to close in on her as the raven cawed loudly, its wings flapping in a violent motion. Emily stumbled backward, nearly tripping over the chest. She was sure the bird had not been there moments ago, but now it was watching her, its presence more imposing than ever. She backed up, her mind racing with questions. Was this the spirit of her grandmother, or something far darker? And what did the raven want from her? The air around her grew colder, and she felt a sudden wave of panic. Something in the room was awakening, stirring in the dark corners. Emily couldn't stay here any longer. With trembling hands, she grabbed the book and hurriedly made her way back up the stairs, her mind spinning with the horrors she had just uncovered. The raven's caw echoed in her ears as she slammed the basement door shut, locking it behind her. But deep down, she knew this was only the beginning. Her grandmother's secrets were out, and the darkness that had been buried in Hollow Creek for so long was starting to stir once again. Chapter 4. The raven. The following days in Hollow Creek felt suffocating to Emily. The village remained as silent and lifeless as before, the air thick with an unspoken tension that she couldn't quite place. Every corner seemed to hide something, every shadow held a secret. Yet, it was the raven, the large black bird, that had appeared in the corner of her vision ever since she discovered the hidden room that weighed heavily on her mind. Its presence had become undeniable. At night, she would lie awake in her grandmother's empty bed, staring at the ceiling, hearing the soft tapping of claws on the window. When she dared to look outside, she would see it perched on the roof, watching her with an intensity that sent chills through her bones. She couldn't explain why, but she felt as if the bird was trying to communicate something to her, though its messages were veiled in mystery. It had followed her every move since she had opened the hidden door in the basement, as if it had been waiting for her to uncover the truth. Emily tried to shake the feeling, to dismiss it as mere superstition. But as the days went by, her unease grew. The raven was always there at the window, in the trees, on the path as she walked to town. It followed her with an uncanny precision, as though it knew her every step. One evening, as Emily ventured into the woods near her grandmother's house, hoping to find some semblance of peace, the raven appeared once again. It landed on a branch just ahead of her, its beady eyes gleaming in the fading light. She stopped dead in her tracks, heart pounding in her chest. The bird stared at her, its gaze unwavering, and for a moment Emily could swear it was trying to say something urgent, something important. But the only sound was the rustling of the leaves in the wind. She took a cautious step forward, and as if sensing her hesitation, the raven flew off, circling high above her, its dark wings cutting through the sky with a grace that unsettled her. That night, as Emily lay in bed, trying to dismiss the thoughts swirling in her mind, the bird appeared once again. She heard the familiar tapping against the window, soft at first, then louder, more insistent. She hesitated before getting up and parting the curtains. The raven was perched there, its silhouette black against the pale moonlight. Its eyes glowed, reflecting the moonlight like two obsidian orbs. It cocked its head to one side, as though it were waiting for her to do something, to make a move. "What do you want?" Emily whispered to the bird, her voice trembling. But the raven did not answer. It simply stared back, unblinking. It was then that Emily realized something even more disturbing. The raven wasn't just following her, it was watching her, observing her every move. And she couldn't shake the feeling that it was somehow tied to her grandmother's past, to the dark forces that had once inhabited this very place. The next day, Emily made her way to the village square, feeling the weight of the raven's presence behind her. She had tried to speak with Sarah, the village elder, but the woman was never home, and no one seemed to know where she had gone. It was as though Sarah had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Emily felt more alone than ever. As she walked through the village, the few villagers she did encounter avoided her gaze, turning their backs as she approached. They seemed to be hiding something that Emily was not yet meant to understand. But the raven, as if sensing her frustration, had returned once again. It perched on the top of a nearby building, watching her from above. Emily's frustration grew as the days passed. She had no answers, no one to turn to. The villagers would not speak to her, and the raven's presence only served to heighten her paranoia. It felt as if the bird was keeping her trapped, pulling her deeper into the mystery of her grandmother's life. She tried to ignore the creature, tried to convince herself it was just a bird, just a coincidence. But every time she turned around, it was there, waiting for her, a constant, unsettling reminder that she was not welcome in this place, that something was wrong. One evening, as the sun set and the shadows stretched long across the village, Emily heard a soft, melodic whisper. It was faint at first, like the rustling of leaves, but as she listened more closely, she realized that it was words, a voice calling her name. The sound seemed to come from the woods beyond her grandmother's house. She shivered, looking over her shoulder, half expecting to see the raven watching her from the trees. But it wasn't there. No bird. Only the fading light and the quiet hum of the night. Drawn by a strange compulsion, Emily followed the voice into the woods. She felt a pull, as though something was guiding her, something powerful and ancient. The trees seemed to close in around her as she walked deeper into the forest, the sounds of the village slowly fading away. The air grew cooler, the smell of earth and pine sharp in her nostrils. The further she walked, the more intense the pull became, as though the very ground beneath her feet was urging her forward. The whispering voice grew louder, clearer, and before she knew it, Emily found herself standing before a clearing in the woods. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled roots twisted and dark, like the fingers of a long dead hand reaching out from the earth. Beneath the tree, there was a small stone altar, covered in moss and old symbols she recognized from the book she had found in her grandmother's hidden room. The markings were nearly identical to the ones in the basement, the same ones that had appeared in her grandmother's rituals. As she approached the altar, a shiver ran down her spine. The raven appeared once again, flying low over her head, its wings beating loudly in the stillness of the forest. It landed on a branch nearby, watching her intently, as if it were waiting for her to make the next move. Emily felt a strange sense of connection to the bird, as though it were not just a raven, but something far older, far more powerful, something that had been watching over her for longer than she realized. The air around her seemed to hum with energy, and Emily could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on her. She knelt beside the altar, her fingers brushing over the stones. A sense of dread washed over her, but she couldn't tear herself away. The raven cawed loudly, breaking the silence. Its wings flapped, and in that instant, Emily felt as though she had crossed into another realm. The boundaries between the living and the dead, the past and the present, blurred in that moment. The raven's eyes locked onto hers, and Emily knew deep down that her grandmother's pact, whatever it had been, had not just affected her family. It had affected the very land itself, and now she was a part of it. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath her feet, and Emily heard the faint sound of chanting in the distance. The voice that had called her to the clearing grew louder, as if it was rising from the earth itself. Emily stood up quickly, fear taking hold of her heart. The raven took flight once more, soaring high above her, and in the distance, Emily saw the faint flicker of light, as if someone or something was waiting for her to join them. Chapter 5. The Witch's Legacy. The forest seemed to close in around Emily as she hurried back to her grandmother's house. The eerie chant still echoed in her mind, reverberating through her thoughts like a warning. The raven had vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving only the silence of the woods in its wake. But the fear that had settled in her chest remained, gnawing at her as she walked through the darkening village streets. Something was happening, something she wasn't ready to understand, but she knew, deep down, that there was no turning back. The cottage, now shrouded in twilight, seemed even more foreboding than before. The windows, once dark and empty, now seemed to glow with an otherworldly light, casting long shadows across the yard. Emily stepped inside, her heart racing. The house felt different, as if the walls themselves were alive, watching her, waiting for her next move. The raven's eyes burned in her mind, its presence lingering like an uninvited guest. She had to know what was happening, what had been hidden for so long. It was then that Emily's mind turned back to the book she had found in the basement. She had barely scratched the surface of its contents, but it was clear that her grandmother's involvement in witchcraft went far beyond what she had been told. The more she thought about it, the more the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. Her grandmother had always been a solitary figure, keeping to herself, but there had been rumors of her dark practices, of her ability to control forces that others couldn't understand. The villagers had called her a witch, but what if there was more to the story? What if her grandmother had not only dabbled in dark magic, but had embraced it fully, making a pact that would forever tie her to the forces of darkness? Emily could feel the weight of her grandmother's legacy pressing down on her. She had never believed the stories as a child. She had dismissed them as old myths and superstitions, but now she was starting to see the truth. Her grandmother's power had been born of a bargain, a deal with something ancient and dangerous, something that had promised her immortality in exchange for a price. And that price, Emily realized with growing dread, was far steeper than anyone had ever known. The more she thought about it, the more Emily realized that she wasn't just a bystander in this story. Her grandmother had left her with something that was now hers to carry. The raven had been the first sign, the first omen, but there were others. The symbols in the book, the strange rituals, the whispers in the walls of the house, they were all part of a larger, terrifying legacy. Emily was tied to it now, bound by blood and history. And no matter how hard she tried to fight it, there was no escaping what she was meant to become. The next morning, she set out to find Sarah, the village elder. The woman had always been close to her grandmother, and Emily was certain that she held the key to understanding what had really happened all those years ago. As she approached Sarah's house, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. The windows were dark, the door slightly ajar, and there was no sign of movement inside. Emily knocked, her heart pounding, but there was no answer. She pushed the door open, her eyes scanning the dimly lit interior. The house was eerily silent, the air heavy with dust and decay. The smell of herbs and incense lingered, but it was tinged with something darker now, something foul. Emily stepped inside, her footsteps soft on the wooden floor. She called out Sarah's name, but only the silence answered her. She moved deeper into the house, each room more unsettling than the last. The walls were covered in strange symbols, identical to those in her grandmother's books. She had seen them before, but now they were alive, pulsing with energy. As Emily reached the back of the house, she froze. There, in the center of the room, stood an altar. It was small, but the markings on it were unmistakable. This was no ordinary altar, it was a place of power, a place where dark rituals had been performed. The air around it seemed to hum, and Emily could feel the weight of the room pressing in on her. She stepped forward, her hand trembling as she reached out to touch the stone. The instant her fingers made contact, the ground beneath her feet shuddered, and a low growl filled the air. She stumbled back, her heart racing. The room seemed to shift, the walls warping, as if the very fabric of reality was being torn apart. The growl grew louder, and from the shadows emerged a figure, Sarah, but not the Sarah Emily had known. Her eyes were wide and wild, her face pale, and her lips twisted into a twisted, unnatural smile. "You've come to understand, haven't you?" Sarah's voice was low, almost guttural, and it sent a chill through Emily's bones. "You've come to learn the truth about your grandmother, about what she did, and what you're now a part of." Emily took a step back, her pulse hammering in her ears. "What are you talking about?" she demanded, though she already had an inkling of the answer. "What did she do?" Sarah chuckled, the sound eerie and hollow. "Your grandmother made a pact with the forces that linger in the woods. A pact for power, for immortality. She was never just a witch, Emily. She was the vessel for something much darker, something that has been waiting for centuries to break free." She stepped closer, her eyes glinting with madness. "And now, it wants you." Emily's breath caught in her throat. "What do you mean, it wants me?" "The pact," Sarah continued, "is not over. Your grandmother thought she could control it, but it was never meant to be controlled. Now, it seeks a new host, a new body to inhabit, and you are the one chosen. Her eyes glowed with an unnatural light. "You can't escape it, Emily. The curse is in your blood. The ritual is already set in motion." Emily stumbled backward, her mind spinning. The weight of Sarah's words pressed down on her, suffocating her. She had been so naive, thinking she could simply return to the village, put her grandmother's death behind her. But now she realized the truth. Her grandmother's dark legacy had not died with her. It lived on, and it would not be denied. Sarah stepped closer, her face twisted in a cruel smile. "The question now is not if you can escape. It's whether you will willingly accept your place in the legacy. The choice is yours, Emily. Embrace the power, and you will live forever. Refuse, and it will consume you. And if it consumes you, it will destroy everything you love." Chapter 6. The ritual of blood. The darkness of the room seemed to press in on Emily from all sides, the air thick with the scent of incense and something far more pungent, something metallic, like the taste of fear. She could barely comprehend Sarah's words as they echoed in her ears. Her grandmother's pact had never truly ended, and now Emily was the one who would have to decide whether to accept the cursed legacy or fight against the inevitable. But what did it all mean? Could she really escape something that had been waiting for centuries, something that had already taken root in her blood? She stumbled backward, her mind racing. The walls of the house seemed to close in on her, the shadows growing darker with every step. Her chest felt tight, and her breaths were shallow. The truth that Sarah had revealed was too much for her to process all at once. The power, the immortality, the pact, it was all too overwhelming. The raven, which had followed her every step, had always been a symbol, a reminder of the promise her grandmother had made. And now, it seemed that promise was hers to inherit. Sarah's laugh broke through Emily's thoughts, high-pitched and unsettling. "You think you can fight it, don't you? That you can just walk away from this? But you're wrong, child. The ritual has already begun, and there's no escaping it now." Sarah stepped closer, her eyes burning with an unnatural fire. "The blood is the key. It's always been the key." Emily's heart pounded in her chest as she tried to back away, but the room felt smaller with each passing second. The altar in the center of the room seemed to grow in size, looming over her like an immovable force. The symbols etched into the floor pulsed with a dark energy, and the air around her seemed to vibrate with the power of the ritual that was about to unfold. There was no going back. She had been marked, chosen. The ritual was coming for her, whether she wanted it or not. "You think I've been hiding here, waiting for you?" Sarah's voice grew more guttural, more sinister. "I've been waiting for you to awaken the curse, Emily. For you to realize the truth. Your grandmother knew it, too, but she thought she could control it. She thought the ritual was something she could complete on her own. But now, you are the one who will finish it. You are the one who will complete the cycle." Emily shook her head, her mind in a haze. "No, no, I won't let this happen," she whispered, but her voice faltered. Could she really fight something so ancient, so deeply woven into the fabric of her family's history? Sarah reached out, her cold fingers brushing against Emily's arm. The touch sent a shock of ice through her veins, and she pulled away instinctively. "You don't have a choice," Sarah said, her voice soft but menacing. "It's already inside you. The blood has been spilled. The circle is already drawn. All that's left is for you to accept your place in this, to complete the ritual, to offer yourself as the final sacrifice. That is the price of immortality." The words echoed in Emily's mind like a distant drumbeat, each one louder than the last. Sacrifice. Blood. Immortality. It was too much. She had never asked for this, never wanted it. But the realization began to set in. She had been born into this. The curse that had plagued her family for generations had now come for her, and there was no escaping it. Her blood had been marked, her fate sealed. Whether she liked it or not, the ritual was hers to complete. Sarah began to chant softly, the words unintelligible, but the cadence of the chant was hypnotic. Emily's vision blurred as the room seemed to spin around her, the walls distorting and shifting like the very fabric of reality was unraveling. The symbols on the floor glowed with an eerie light, and the air seemed to grow colder, the shadows deeper. Emily stumbled backward, her hands shaking as she reached for something, anything, to anchor herself to reality. The raven appeared once again, its dark wings cutting through the air as it perched on the edge of the altar. Its eyes glowed in the dim light, fixed on Emily with an intensity that made her blood run cold. It was watching her, waiting for her to make a decision, to accept her fate. Its presence was overwhelming, a reminder of everything she was about to lose. The power, the immortality, the endless darkness that awaited her. All of it was tied to the blood. Her blood. Do you feel it, Emily? Sarah's voice was a whisper now, almost lost in the thickening air. Do you feel the power calling to you? It is yours, if you only take it. All you have to do is step forward, make the sacrifice, and the power will be yours. You will become one with the dark forces that your grandmother once controlled. Emily shook her head, her pulse racing. This wasn't her. This wasn't who she was. She couldn't let this happen. She wouldn't let it. But the power, the promise of immortality, called to her. It was seductive, like a whisper in the darkness, telling her that all her pain, all her confusion, could be erased. All she had to do was accept it. The choice seemed so simple, so clear. But as she looked down at her hands, her grandmother's book clutched tightly in her fingers, she knew that she could never be the same again. The chanting grew louder, the air vibrating with energy. The room felt like it was closing in on her, the shadows pressing down from all sides. Emily could feel the darkness surrounding her, could feel the pull of the ritual wrapping around her like chains. But in the deepest corner of her mind, she heard her grandmother's voice faint, but clear. You must make your own choice, Emily. You must decide who you will become. The power is yours to take, but the cost will be higher than you can imagine. In that moment, everything seemed to stop. The room fell silent, the air still and heavy. Emily's heart was in her throat as she realized the truth. She could not escape. She could not outrun her fate. The ritual had already begun, and she was the key to its completion. But there was one choice: she still had to embrace the darkness or defy it. It was her blood that had been spilled, her soul that had been bound. But it was also her will that remained unbroken. As Sarah's voice rose again in a final chant, Emily's mind flashed back to the forest, to the altar beneath the ancient oak. The raven had been there, watching her, guiding her. This wasn't the end. It couldn't be. There had to be another way. She couldn't let the darkness consume her. Not like her grandmother. Not like Sarah. With all her strength, Emily took a step back from the altar, her breath ragged. The shadows seemed to recoil at her defiance. I won't let you win, she whispered, her voice shaking but resolute. The room erupted into chaos. The air crackled with energy, the ground trembling beneath her feet. Sarah screamed, the chant turning into an incomprehensible roar, but Emily stood firm. She would not be part of this ritual. Not like her grandmother. Not like Sarah. She would find another way. A way to break the curse. Chapter 7. The curse awakens. The air inside the room crackled with tension, and Emily felt the power swirling around her like an electric storm, desperate to claim her. As she took a step back from the altar, a sudden, sharp pain shot through her chest. It was as though her very soul was being torn in two, her body rebelling against her defiance. Her breath caught in her throat, and for a moment, she thought she might collapse. The shadows in the room grew darker, more tangible, as though they were closing in around her, feeding off her fear, drawing strength from her hesitation. But despite the agony that racked her body, Emily stood her ground. She clenched her fists, her fingers digging into her palms as she fought against the pressure in her chest. The darkness that had once seemed distant and intangible was now real, solid, a living entity that was pressing in from every side. The curse her grandmother had left behind was awakening, its tendrils reaching out, searching for her. But Emily refused to let it consume her. From the corner of the room, the raven cawed loudly, its wings beating against the air in a frantic rhythm. The bird's eyes gleamed with an eerie light, and Emily felt a chill run down her spine. It was no longer just a symbol, no longer just a shadow lurking in the background. It was alive with purpose, its presence a reminder of the pact her grandmother had made. And now, that pact was beginning to unravel, and Emily was caught in the center of it. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet trembled. The walls of the room seemed to shift, the floor cracking as if some unseen force was breaking through. Emily's heart pounded in her chest as she stumbled backward, her legs shaking. The air was thick with a low hum, a sound that seemed to come from the very core of the earth. It was as though the house itself was alive, reacting to the awakening of the curse. Emily could feel it in her bones. The ancient magic that had been dormant for so long was now stirring, and it was looking for her. A deep, guttural voice echoed through the room, seemingly coming from everywhere at once. "The blood has been spilled," it rumbled, the sound reverberating in her skull. "The vessel is ready. The ritual is not yet complete. You cannot escape your fate, child." Emily's breath hitched as the voice filled her mind, its power pressing in on her like a weight too heavy to bear. She wanted to scream, to run, but her body was frozen in place. The room was shifting, bending, as though the very fabric of reality was warping around her. The symbols etched into the floor glowed with a sickly light, their once familiar shapes now twisted and incomprehensible. She could feel the darkness reaching out for her, its tendrils creeping through her mind, clawing at her thoughts. The raven's caw grew louder, more insistent, and Emily turned her gaze toward the bird. Its feathers shimmered in the dim light, and its eyes seemed to pierce her soul. There was something in those eyes, something ancient, something terrifying. The bird was not just a messenger, not just a symbol. It was the key. It was the one thing that held the power to either complete the ritual or destroy it entirely. The room seemed to pulse with energy, and Emily could feel it. The curse was taking hold of her. She could feel the power surging through her veins, an overwhelming, all-consuming force. Her skin burned with the intensity of it, her heart racing as the magic wrapped around her, tightening its grip with every passing second. The raven's eyes never left hers, and Emily realized, with a sense of horror, that it was guiding her, drawing her in, pushing her toward the center of the curse. But deep within her, a spark of defiance still burned. The power of the curse, the darkness that had followed her for so long, was not invincible. It had its hold on her, yes, but she was still in control. She could still make a choice. She had to find a way to break free, to sever the bond her grandmother had created with whatever ancient force was trying to claim her. With every ounce of strength she could muster, Emily forced herself to move. Her legs trembled as she took a step forward, her eyes fixed on the raven, which had now taken flight. The bird circled above her, its wings cutting through the thick air. She followed it with her gaze, her mind focused, determined not to let the curse consume her. The ritual was not over. It could still be stopped. The darkness could still be banished. But as Emily reached out toward the altar, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over her. The air grew thick and oppressive, and the room seemed to spin out of control. She felt as though she were falling, as though she were being pulled into some abyss. The curse was awakening, and the more she resisted, the stronger it became. Her vision blurred, and for a moment, she could no longer see the altar or the raven. All she could see was darkness. She stumbled, gasping for breath, and suddenly the raven was there, its wings beating furiously around her. Its beady eyes locked onto hers, and in that moment, she felt its power coursing through her, filling her with an overwhelming sense of dread. The bird was no longer just watching her. It was inside her mind, its presence consuming her thoughts, pushing her toward the ritual, toward the sacrifice that was meant to bind her to the darkness forever. "Embrace it, Emily," the voice from the shadows rumbled. "Embrace the power. The ritual is almost complete. The curse is yours to command." But Emily's resolve remained unbroken. She refused to give in. She knew she couldn't do this alone, but there had to be a way to break the curse. She wasn't the only one with the power to stop this. The villagers, they had known the truth all along. They had hidden in the shadows, afraid of what had happened to her grandmother, afraid of what Emily had become. It was time to confront them, to find out what they had been hiding. With every ounce of strength she had left, Emily pushed through the pain, the fear, and the magic that was tightening its grip on her. She would fight. She would find a way to end the curse. And she would make sure that the darkness, whatever it was, would never take control of her again. Chapter 8. The Pact. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a ghostly glow over Hollow Creek as Emily ventured back into the heart of the village. The streets, which had once felt familiar and comforting, now seemed distant and cold. The whispers of the past clung to the air, and with every step, Emily felt the weight of the curse growing stronger, its grip on her tightening with each passing moment. She had made her decision. She had to confront Sarah, the village elder, the one person who might hold the final piece of the puzzle, the truth about her grandmother's pact, the price that had been paid, and the power that was now calling to her. As she approached Sarah's house, the door stood ajar, as if waiting for her. The air was thick with the same oppressive energy that had filled the room during the ritual. Emily hesitated for only a moment before stepping inside. The house was quiet, eerily so, and the dim light of the lanterns flickered in the corners, casting long, distorted shadows across the walls. The smell of herbs and incense lingered in the air, and the familiar sense of foreboding seemed to cling to every surface. "Sarah," Emily called out, her voice steady but carrying a sense of urgency. She needed answers, and she needed them now. The curse, the raven, her grandmother's pact, they had all led her to this moment. She could no longer run from the truth. From the shadows, Sarah appeared, stepping into the doorway of the next room. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with a strange, unsettling intensity. It was clear that she had been waiting for Emily, and in that moment, the air between them seemed charged with an unspoken understanding. "You've come to understand," Sarah said softly, her voice distant, almost as if speaking from somewhere far away. She didn't approach Emily, but stood rooted to the spot, her hands clasped in front of her, her posture rigid and controlled. "You know now, don't you? That the curse, the pact, it's not just your grandmother's legacy. It's yours. You've been chosen, Emily." Emily's heart sank. The confirmation of her worst fears sent a wave of cold dread washing over her. She had known, in the deepest part of her being, that this was the truth. But hearing it spoken aloud, by Sarah, made it all too real. "What do you mean, chosen?" Emily demanded, her voice trembling despite her resolve. "Why me? Why now?" Sarah's eyes flickered, and for a moment there was a flash of something darker behind them, something ancient and powerful. "Your grandmother made a deal with forces older than time itself," Sarah explained, her voice growing more confident. "She was never truly the witch she claimed to be. She was merely a vessel for the dark spirit of the forest, a creature bound by blood and power. And when she died, the spirit looked to you, Emily. It sought you out, because you are the blood of her blood, the heir to her power." Emily's breath caught in her throat. "But my grandmother, she didn't just make a pact, did she? She gave up more than just her soul." Sarah's lips curled into a faint smile, but it was a smile without warmth. "Your grandmother believed she could control the spirit. She thought that by binding it to herself, she could achieve immortality, power beyond measure. But she underestimated its hunger. And now, it is searching for its next host. You are that host, Emily. You carry her blood, her magic. The spirit has awakened, and it will not rest until it has what it seeks. The weight of Sarah's words was crushing. The revelation of her grandmother's true role in the pact was horrifying. But Emily now understood why the raven had followed her, why the curse had taken root in her so quickly. It wasn't a simple inheritance. It was a continuation of a legacy that spanned generations, and it was one that could not be escaped. Not without sacrifice. But there must be a way to stop it, Emily whispered, more to herself than to Sarah. I can't just accept this. Sarah's expression softened, almost pitying. You don't understand, do you? The curse isn't just a spell you can break. It's part of you, woven into your very being. The spirit that your grandmother bound herself to is ancient, its power beyond comprehension. And now, that power calls to you. It demands you fulfill the pact she made. You are the final piece. The ritual that began with your grandmother's blood must be completed. No, Emily cried, shaking her head. She refused to accept it. She had to find a way out, some way to break the cycle. There must be another way. A way to break the pact without giving in. Please, Sarah, tell me. I need to know. For a long moment, Sarah didn't speak. She simply stared at Emily, as though weighing her words carefully. Then, with a sigh, she stepped forward, her voice softening. There is one way, she said quietly, but it comes at a great cost. You must face the spirit directly, in the heart of the forest, where the pact was first sealed. You must summon it, call it forth, and confront it with your own will. Only then can the curse be broken. Emily's stomach churned. The forest. The very place where everything had started. She had known deep down that she would have to return there, but she hadn't been ready. The thought of confronting the spirit, of facing the darkness head-on, filled her with a deep primal fear. And if I fail? Sarah's eyes darkened. If you fail, Emily, the spirit will claim you. And it will not stop there. It will devour the village, take all that is left of your family's legacy. The curse will continue, and it will be you who feeds it. You will become the vessel your grandmother once was. The weight of Sarah's words settled on Emily like a crushing stone. She had no choice. She had to face the spirit, confront the source of the curse, and stop it before it consumed everything. But what was the cost? What would she have to sacrifice to break the pact? Emily didn't know, but she had no other option. She couldn't let the darkness win. Thank you, Sarah, Emily said, her voice steady now, despite the fear gnawing at her insides. I'll go to the forest. I'll face it. Sarah nodded, her eyes sad but understanding. Then go, child. You may be the last hope for this village, for your family. But remember, once you call the spirit, there is no turning back. Whatever happens, you must finish what your grandmother started. With that, Sarah turned away, leaving Emily to contemplate the gravity of her decision. The path ahead was uncertain, but it was the only path that remained. She had to confront the darkness, end the curse, and stop the spirit that had already begun to awaken. Chapter 9. The forest's claim. The morning fog hung thick over Hollow Creek as Emily made her way toward the edge of the village, her heart heavy with the knowledge of what awaited her. The forest loomed ahead, a dark and impenetrable mass of trees, their branches twisted into grotesque shapes like the hands of ancient beings reaching toward the sky. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, and the distant whisper of the wind seemed to carry with it the echoes of forgotten voices. Emily knew that once she entered the forest, there would be no turning back. She had no choice. The curse, the spirit, the pact, it had all led her here. Sarah had told her what she must do, but Emily didn't know if she had the strength to face what lay ahead. The raven had always been there, watching, guiding, but now its presence was more foreboding than ever. She could feel its eyes on her, even as she walked alone. It was as though the bird was following her, waiting for her to make the call, to summon the spirit that had haunted her family for so long. The path into the forest was overgrown, the trees pressing in on both sides like sentinels guarding some ancient secret. The air grew colder as Emily walked deeper into the woods, and the sunlight barely pierced through the thick canopy above. Each step felt heavier than the last, as if the forest itself was trying to keep her from going forward. She paused for a moment, her breath shallow, and looked back toward the village. Hollow Creek seemed so distant now, so small. It was as if the forest had already swallowed it whole, leaving Emily alone in the silence. The ground beneath her feet was soft, and the silence of the woods was only broken by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of a bird. But it was the stillness that unnerved her the most. The forest felt alive, but not in a natural way. It was as though it had been waiting for her, watching her every step, anticipating her arrival. Emily pressed on, her eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. The deeper she went, the more she could feel the weight of the darkness pressing down on her. Suddenly, the path ahead seemed to open up, and Emily found herself standing at the edge of a clearing. The trees formed a circle around her, their branches intertwining to create a canopy that blocked out the sky. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone altar, its surface worn and weathered by time. The air was thick with an unsettling energy, and Emily felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over her. This was it, the place where the pact had been made, where her grandmother had sealed her fate. The raven appeared then, as if summoned by the very energy of the clearing. It landed on a nearby branch, its dark eyes fixed on Emily. She could feel the pull of the spirit, a presence that seemed to seep from the earth itself, a power that had been bound here for centuries. The ground beneath her feet seemed to tremble, and a low, guttural growl echoed through the clearing, sending a shiver down Emily's spine. It was coming. The spirit was awakening. Taking a deep breath, Emily stepped forward, her feet moving slowly, deliberately toward the altar. The raven cawed, its wings fluttering as if urging her on. She could feel the weight of the spirit's gaze, could feel its presence rising from the depths of the earth, calling to her. The symbols etched into the stone altar seemed to glow with an unnatural light, pulsing in rhythm with the beat of her heart. The time had come. She had no choice but to confront it. As Emily reached the altar, she placed her hands on the cold stone, feeling its rough surface beneath her fingertips. The energy in the air grew thicker, more oppressive, and the whispers began faint at first, then growing louder, more insistent. Emily. The voice was low, like a murmur rising from the depths of the earth. Emily, you are the heir. The blood calls to me. Come, complete the pact. The voice seemed to echo in her mind, reverberating through her very soul. It was the spirit, the dark force that had bound her grandmother, that had followed her family for generations. Emily's breath caught in her throat as she felt the weight of its power pressing against her, urging her to surrender. But she knew she couldn't give in. She wouldn't let it win. Who are you? Emily whispered, her voice shaking with fear. She had to understand what she was dealing with, what had been unleashed all those years ago. What are you? The voice laughed, a sound that chilled her to the bone. I am the hunger. I am the void. I am the force that binds all things. You cannot comprehend what I am, but you will understand when you embrace me. The ground beneath her feet trembled again, and the shadows in the clearing seemed to grow darker, twisting and writhing like living things. Your grandmother knew this. She understood the price. And now you will too. Emily stepped back, her heart pounding in her chest. The shadows in the clearing seemed to shift, taking on the shapes of dark figures, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. They circled around her, their presence suffocating, their whispers growing louder. Complete the pact, Emily, they chanted, their voices melding together into a single, haunting chorus. Complete the pact. The raven took flight, its wings beating loudly in the air. Its cry echoed through the clearing, a warning, a command. Emily felt the spirit's pull growing stronger, wrapping around her like chains, tightening with every breath she took. She could feel the power within her, the dark magic that her grandmother had bound herself to, surging through her veins. It was there, inside her, waiting to be unleashed. But she couldn't let it consume her. Not like it had her grandmother. With every ounce of strength she could muster, Emily reached deep inside herself, pulling forth the defiance that had kept her going all this time. "No," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I won't let you control me." She closed her eyes, focusing on the darkness inside her, on the power she had inherited, but this time she would use it to fight back. She would break the cycle. She would free herself from the pact. As the spirit's power surged around her, Emily held her ground, determined not to let it break her. The clearing seemed to pulse with energy, the shadows closing in, but she refused to be swallowed by the darkness. She could feel the raven's presence behind her, guiding her, watching over her. It was time. She had to confront the spirit and break the curse, once and for all. Chapter 10. The final choice. The ground trembled beneath Emily's feet, the dark energy swirling around her like a storm, threatening to consume her whole. The shadows in the clearing pressed in tighter, and the whispers grew louder, more frantic, urging her to surrender. The raven's wings beat furiously in the air above her, its call sharp and unrelenting. Emily could feel the weight of the spirit's presence closing in on her, like a vice tightening around her chest. It was here, in this moment, that the choice would be made. She had reached the heart of the curse, the center of everything her grandmother had left behind. The pact, the darkness, the legacy, it all culminated here. The spirit that had haunted her family for generations had finally come to claim its prize, and Emily was its chosen heir. But as its power surged around her, Emily felt something stir deep within her, a resistance, a defiance that had burned in her heart since the beginning. She would not give in. The spirit's voice filled her mind, its low growl reverberating in her skull. "You are the one," it whispered, its words slithering through her thoughts. "The blood of your grandmother, the one who made the pact. You cannot escape me. You will join me, and the power will be yours to command. You will be eternal." Emily's breath came in shallow gasps as she struggled to maintain control. The weight of the spirit's words threatened to drown her, but she clenched her fists and focused. She would not be consumed by this darkness. She had already seen what it had done to her grandmother, and she would not repeat the same mistake. The power that had once promised immortality was not worth the price of her soul. The raven perched on a branch above her, its eyes gleaming with an unsettling knowledge. Emily knew now that it was more than just a guide, more than a messenger. It was a part of the curse, an extension of the spirit's will. It had been sent to lead her here, to this moment of choice. The bird cawed sharply, its wings beating in the thick air, urging her to make her decision. The spirit's laughter echoed through the clearing, a cruel, mocking sound that sent a chill down Emily's spine. "You cannot resist," it said, its voice like a whispering wind. "You have no other choice. The ritual is yours to complete. You cannot fight the blood that courses through your veins." Emily closed her eyes, focusing on the rising tide of power within her. The dark magic, the curse, was all around her, pressing in, suffocating her. But she would not let it win. She could feel the pulse of the spirit's power, could feel the pull of its hunger, but she knew she had one last chance, one last choice to make. If she gave in now, everything would be lost. But if she resisted, if she found the strength within herself to break free, she could end it all. Her mind flashed to the villagers, to the people who had watched her return to Hollow Creek, to Sarah who had given her the final piece of the puzzle. They had all feared this moment, feared the power that had followed her family for generations. But they had also given her the knowledge she needed to fight. They had given her the key to breaking the curse. And now, it was up to her to decide whether she would allow the darkness to consume her or whether she would destroy it once and for all. With every ounce of willpower she had left, Emily reached deep within herself. She felt the dark energy swirling around her, threatening to swallow her whole, but she refused to let it control her. The power, the spirit, the raven, they were all part of the same curse. They had been tied to her family for so long, but Emily was the one who could end it. She was the one who could break the cycle. The ground beneath her feet shifted, the earth groaning as if protesting her resistance. The spirit's voice grew louder, more insistent. "You cannot escape me," it roared, its anger rising. "You are mine. The pact is yours to fulfill. You cannot deny your destiny." Emily's chest tightened as the darkness pressed in harder. She could feel the power of the curse threatening to overwhelm her, but she held firm. This was her choice, her fate. The spirit could try to claim her, but it could not have her. She would not let it take control. She had the strength, the will, to break free. Her grandmother had been consumed by the pact, by the promise of power and immortality. She had sold her soul to the darkness, and in the end, it had claimed her. Emily's heart ached at the thought of her grandmother's fate, but she knew that she would not follow in her footsteps. She would not be another victim of the curse. She would destroy it, end it for good. With a final, determined breath, Emily raised her hands, feeling the power within her surge. The spirit's voice screamed in fury, but Emily focused all of her strength on the energy flowing through her. She would break the pact. She would destroy the spirit. The forest trembled as the dark power began to unravel, the curse losing its grip on her. The raven screeched, its wings flapping violently in the air, but it was too late. The ritual was coming to an end. The clearing began to shift, the shadows retreating, the darkness fading as the power of the spirit was broken. Emily's heart pounded in her chest, her body shaking with the effort, but she knew she had made the right choice. She had fought the darkness and won. The curse was broken. The spirit was gone. As the clearing returned to its natural state, the air clearing and the trees standing tall once more, Emily sank to her knees, her body exhausted but her soul free. She had faced the spirit, faced the darkness that had haunted her family for generations, and she had won. The forest, the curse, the raven, they were no longer a threat. Emily had broken the cycle. And as the last remnants of the dark magic faded away, Emily knew that Hollow Creek would never be the same. But neither would she. She had chosen her own path, one that was free from the curse that had bound her family. The legacy of darkness was no longer hers to carry. The Dollmaker's Curse Chapter 1. The old workshop. Thomas had never heard much about his Uncle Silas. The man had been a recluse, a shadow that loomed large over the town. His name whispered in hushed tones whenever someone dared to speak of him. It was only after Silas's death that Thomas learned of the inheritance, a crumbling workshop on the edge of town. The letter he received was short, written in an elegant but shaky hand. "I leave you my legacy, Thomas. The workshop is yours now. Use it wisely or not at all." There was no mention of why Silas had chosen him, nor any explanation for the strange legacy he was now burdened with. He had never even met his uncle. Silas had cut all ties with his family years before Thomas was born, and his name had become a mere rumor in the town. Yet, here Thomas stood, looking up at the decaying building that once housed his uncle's work. A sense of foreboding gripped him, tightening around his chest like an invisible hand. The workshop seemed to lean toward him, its crooked silhouette looming like a dark figure in the dying light of the late afternoon. The building was set apart from the rest of the town, its location even more isolated than he had anticipated. There was a thick forest on one side, a small creek on the other, and the town's edge barely within sight. A faint chill hung in the air, even though it was the middle of summer, and the silence of the place was unnerving. Not a bird called, not a breeze stirred the branches overhead. It was as if the entire world had decided to hold its breath. The structure itself was a ramshackle thing, built of dark, weathered wood that had long since lost its color. Windows were boarded up with old planks, and the door sagged on its hinges, as if reluctant to open. The faded sign above the entrance barely read, Silas's workshop. The letters were barely legible now, worn away by time. Thomas hesitated, his hand hovering over the door, but his curiosity pushed him forward. What kind of legacy could a man like Silas have left behind? He stepped inside, the door creaking as he pushed it open. A musty smell hit him immediately, the scent of old wood and dust, mixed with something else, a strange, sour odor that clung to the air. Inside, the workshop was a chaotic maze of tools, half-finished creations, and forgotten relics. Shelves lined the walls, cluttered with strange objects that made Thomas's skin crawl. A tall wooden mannequin stood in one corner, its eyes staring blankly into the darkness. The space felt suffocating, as though the very air had been trapped here for decades. As Thomas took a few steps further into the room, his eyes fell on the most unsettling thing of all: dolls. Dozens of them, perhaps more, scattered across tables, hidden in corners, and leaning against walls. Some were perched on high shelves, their tiny porcelain faces cracked and chipped. Others had been hastily abandoned, their eyes still wide open, as if waiting for something or someone to come. The sight made his heart race, but he couldn't tear his gaze away. Each doll was intricately designed, unervingly lifelike, but they had all aged poorly, their faces twisted and contorted into expressions that were almost human, but not quite. In the center of the room, an old workbench stood under a grimy window. On it lay a doll unlike the others. It was more finely crafted, its features almost too perfect, its eyes so lifelike they seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. The doll's mouth was curled into a soft, unsettling smile, and its eyes, those eyes stared directly at him. For a moment, Thomas could have sworn the doll blinked. He quickly shook the thought away, his mind dismissing it as a trick of the light or his imagination. But still, the feeling lingered, gnawing at him like a whisper in the back of his mind. There was something deeply unnerving about the doll, but something else, too, a pull, a strange compulsion to examine it more closely. He had never been one to care for dolls, but this one felt different, almost as if it were alive. He leaned closer, his hand instinctively reaching toward it. But just before his fingers could brush against its smooth porcelain skin, he heard a sound, a faint scraping noise coming from the far corner of the room. His head snapped toward it, his breath catching in his throat, but there was nothing there. Thomas's pulse quickened. The workshop seemed even darker now, and a cold draft had begun to stir, moving through the room like an unseen presence. His eyes darted back to the doll on the table. It was still there, its unsettling smile fixed in place. But Thomas couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching him, its eyes following every movement he made. He took a step back, suddenly unsure of what to do. The air was thick with tension, and he could feel the weight of something unseen pressing down on him. He turned toward the door, but as he reached for it, he hesitated. The place was unnerving, yes, but something about it was also compelling. A deep, primal curiosity gnawed at him, urging him to stay, to uncover the secrets of the workshop. Perhaps it was his uncle's legacy, or perhaps it was the strange aura of the dolls themselves. Whatever it was too strong to ignore. With a reluctant sigh, Thomas stepped back into the room and closed the door behind him, the creak of the old hinges echoing through the stillness. The curse of his uncle's workshop had already begun to work its way into his mind. He wasn't sure what he had expected to find in that decrepit building, but he knew one thing for certain now. Whatever his uncle had created here was far from ordinary. And the more he lingered, the more he realized that leaving might not be as easy as it seemed. The dolls would not let him go so easily. Chapter 2. The first doll. The following days were a blur for Thomas. He couldn't shake the images of the dolls from his mind, nor could he get rid of the strange compulsion to return to the workshop. Every time he passed the building, it seemed to call to him, pulling him closer with an invisible thread. He found himself standing outside the door once more, the afternoon sun casting long shadows across the ground. As his hand touched the rusted knob, he felt a momentary shiver, but he shrugged it off and stepped inside. The air inside was still heavy with the musty odor of age, but now there was something else, something faintly metallic, as though the scent of iron had mingled with the dust and decay. Thomas moved further into the workshop, his eyes scanning the room, lingering on the dolls that still sat in their eerie stillness. The doll he had noticed before, the one with the unsettling smile, was now positioned at the center of the table, as if waiting for him to come closer. Its eyes seemed to glimmer in the dim light, and once again, Thomas felt as though it were staring directly at him. His fingers itched to touch it again, to feel the smooth porcelain beneath his fingertips. It was wrong. He knew it was wrong, but he couldn't resist. Stepping forward, Thomas reached out and gently lifted the doll from the table. It was heavier than he expected, and the texture of its face, so lifelike, sent a jolt of unease down his spine. The doll's expression, frozen in that haunting smile, only deepened the unease gnawing at him. He felt as if it were silently judging him. The urge to fix it, to make it perfect, overwhelmed him. He was no expert in dolls or craftsmanship, but the idea of repairing this one, of making it whole again, felt like a necessity. It wasn't just a doll, it was something more. He glanced around the room for tools and found an old chest in the far corner. Inside, there was a trove of doll-making tools, some old and rusty, others surprisingly well-maintained despite the neglect of the workshop. He selected a set of small tools and returned to the table, where the doll now seemed to demand his attention. As Thomas carefully worked, his mind began to wander. The town had always been superstitious, speaking in hushed tones about Silas and his work. They said he was a man obsessed with perfection, obsessed with capturing life in his creations. Some even whispered that the dolls were not mere objects but something far darker, that Silas had been trying to trap souls within them. Thomas had always dismissed these stories as nonsense until now. The thought of Silas's obsession, of his search for something beyond the natural world, gnawed at him like a cold whisper in the back of his mind. Hours passed unnoticed as Thomas meticulously worked on the doll. The air in the room seemed to grow colder with every minute, and the whispers of the wind outside began to echo eerily through the cracks in the walls. At first, he thought it was his imagination playing tricks on him, but then he began to hear faint whispers, soft, unintelligible sounds that seemed to rise from the shadows themselves. His breath quickened as he turned around, expecting to see something, anything, but there was only the same darkness and silence. Yet the whispers grew louder, more insistent, as though something was trying to communicate with him. A chill ran through him as he focused once more on the doll. Its eyes had shifted. He was sure of it. They weren't where they had been before. The doll's gaze seemed to follow him as he moved, tracking his every motion, its smile never fading. He could almost feel its lifeless eyes boring into him, judging his every action. It was as though it were alive, aware of his every thought and intention. He took a step back, shaking his head, but the feeling wouldn't leave him. The doll was watching him, waiting. In a moment of panic, Thomas dropped the tools and stumbled back from the table. The doll stayed perfectly still, as it had before, but something inside him told him that it wasn't just the doll that was still. It was the entire room. It felt as though the very air was thick with a presence, as though the room had become something else entirely, a place where the living and the dead could coexist. He wanted to leave, but he couldn't. His feet remained rooted to the spot, his eyes glued to the doll's smile, the twisted expression that seemed to mock him. The whispers grew louder, more distinct, now mixed with soft footsteps that seemed to echo through the room. Thomas's heart hammered in his chest as the footsteps grew closer, circling him like an invisible force. His hand shot out toward the door, but it was as though the room had closed in around him. He was trapped. He turned back to the doll, his breath catching in his throat as he saw something even more unsettling, a faint movement. The slightest twitch of the doll's head. It was as if it had just turned its gaze toward him, locking eyes with him for the first time. He froze. The silence that followed was deafening. The whispers ceased, and the footsteps disappeared. Thomas felt his skin prickle with the sensation of being watched, yet there was no one in the room. The doll, however, still sat on the table, its smile unchanged, its eyes still glimmering with a strange, unnatural life. He could feel the weight of its gaze on him, as though it knew something he didn't, as though it were waiting for something. Waiting for him to finish what he had started. A thought flashed through his mind, a horrifying possibility. Could it be true? Could the rumors about Silas and his dolls be real? Was this doll alive in some way, bound by a force beyond his understanding? He took a deep breath, trying to steady his racing thoughts. There was no way, he told himself. It was just a doll, just an old toy left behind by a madman. But deep down, he knew the truth. He had crossed a line, and whatever had been unleashed here was beyond his control. He quickly gathered his things, the sense of dread growing with every passing second. He couldn't stay in this place, not now. But as he turned to leave, the doll's eyes seemed to follow him, and that haunting smile lingered in his mind, a promise of something far darker. He was no longer sure if he was the one in control of his actions, or if something else, something far older, far more powerful, was pulling the strings. Chapter 3. The unsettling smile. The days that followed were a blur of restless nights and haunted mornings. Thomas couldn't escape the image of the doll, the way its eyes had seemed to follow him, its smile so twisted and unnatural. Each time he closed his eyes, its porcelain face appeared, staring at him in the darkness. He had tried to ignore it, to convince himself that it was just a doll, but deep down, he knew it was something more. There was an unnatural pull that he couldn't resist, a compulsion to repair it, to make it whole again, despite the creeping fear that gnawed at him. He returned to the workshop every day, his hands trembling slightly as he worked on the doll. The hours seemed to stretch on endlessly, as if time itself had become warped within the walls of the place. He began to lose track of how long he had been there, how many times he had examined the doll, trying to perfect its features. It was no longer just about restoring it, it was about controlling it, about making it behave the way he wanted. But each time he thought he had finished, something about the doll seemed wrong. Its smile never looked quite right. Its eyes, no matter how he tried to fix them, still held that unsettling glimmer, that eerie life. At night, strange things began to happen. It started with whispers, soft, almost imperceptible sounds that seemed to drift from the shadows, coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Thomas would lie awake in bed, his heart pounding in his chest, trying to dismiss the sounds as the wind or his imagination. But it wasn't the wind. It was something else. He began to hear faint footsteps, light and uneven, creeping through the halls of the workshop as though someone or something was walking just out of sight. He would get up, convinced someone had entered the room, but there was never anyone there. The whispers grew louder as the days passed, always just on the edge of hearing, like a voice calling out to him from a distance. He would find himself standing in the workshop, his hands frozen over the doll, his mind a fog of confusion. He couldn't remember how long he had been there, or how many times he had worked on the doll. It felt as though the hours were slipping through his fingers, as though the workshop itself was stealing time from him. And with every moment that passed, the smile on the doll seemed to grow wider, more twisted, as if it were mocking him. One evening, as Thomas sat hunched over the doll, his fingers carefully sculpting its smile, he felt a cold breath on the back of his neck. His skin prickled, and he immediately stopped working, but the sensation lingered, as though someone or something was standing just behind him. He spun around, but the room was empty, save for the dolls that lined the shelves. Yet the air felt charged with an unnatural energy, as if the very room itself was alive, breathing in time with him. The silence that followed was suffocating, and he could feel his pulse quicken. Despite the unease gnawing at him, he continued to work on the doll. There was something about the smile that kept drawing him in, as if it held a secret that only he could unlock. But no matter how hard he tried, the smile never seemed to soften. It remained frozen in place, a twisted, unblinking expression that seemed to mock him with every attempt to correct it. He began to wonder if it was the doll's smile that was unsettling, or if it was his own growing obsession with it that was warping his perception. Perhaps he was the one who had changed, not the doll. He started to see the doll everywhere, its face haunting him even when he wasn't in the workshop. When he looked at his reflection in the mirror, he thought he saw it staring back at him, that same unsettling smile stretched across his face. When he walked through the town, he imagined the townspeople were whispering behind his back, their eyes filled with suspicion and fear. He could almost hear their voices, warning him to stop, to leave the workshop and never return. But he couldn't stop. The doll had become an obsession, a fixation that he couldn't shake. It was as though it had taken root inside his mind, and the more he tried to escape it, the stronger its hold became. In the dead of night, Thomas found himself standing over the doll, his hands trembling as he worked on it in the dark. He couldn't remember how he had gotten there, or how long he had been awake. The room was cold, the shadows long and twisted, but the doll's eyes, those lifelike, haunting eyes, were always watching him. He could feel them on his skin, piercing him, pulling him deeper into the madness that had begun to consume him. He began to hear faint laughter in the air, the soft sound of children's voices giggling, echoing through the walls. But when he looked around, there was no one there. He tried to focus, to block out the whispers, the laughter, the feeling that he was being drawn into something far darker than he could comprehend. But as he bent over the doll once more, something caught his eye. For a split second, the smile on the doll's face seemed to twitch, just slightly, as if it were trying to form a new expression. A grotesque wide grin stretched across its porcelain features, and for a moment, Thomas felt as though he were looking into a mirror, seeing his own reflection in the doll's face. The smile felt too real, too alive. He recoiled, his breath catching in his throat. It was as if the doll was mocking him, reveling in his growing madness. The next morning, Thomas awoke to find himself standing in the workshop once more, the doll clutched tightly in his hands. His fingers were sore, and his body ached, but he couldn't remember how he had gotten there. The sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows across the room. He looked at the doll, his heart sinking into his stomach. The smile, no, the grin on its face was wider now, impossibly wide, stretching from ear to ear. He tried to let go of it, to cast it aside, but his hands refused to obey. He was no longer in control. The doll had taken control of him. Desperation clawed at his chest as he stumbled backward, dropping the doll onto the workbench with a loud crash. The room fell silent once more, but the air was thick with an oppressive presence, as though the very walls were closing in around him. He tried to leave, to escape, but the door wouldn't open. It was as if the workshop had become a prison, and he was trapped inside with his creation. And there, in the darkness, the doll's smile seemed to mock him, its eyes glowing faintly as it waited for him to return. It was no longer just a doll. It was something far more dangerous. Chapter 4. The Dollmaker's Journal. Thomas felt the weight of the doll's gaze on him constantly now. It followed him wherever he went, and its twisted smile seemed to grow with every passing day, more mocking and taunting, as if it knew something he didn't. He couldn't escape it. Every time he tried to leave the workshop, something, a strange pressure, an unexplainable pull, would drag him back. He no longer knew if he was coming or going. His thoughts were clouded, his mind a tangled mess of fear, obsession, and confusion. And amidst all of this, there was one thing that kept him rooted in the workshop: the journal. It had been hidden away, buried beneath a pile of old, dusty materials in the back of the room. At first, Thomas hadn't noticed it, too consumed by the doll and the strange occurrences that were mounting around him. But one evening, when the whispers seemed louder than ever before, he had stumbled upon it. It was an old leather-bound book, its pages yellowed with age, the cover cracked and worn. The journal seemed almost to call out to him, its presence undeniable, as though it had been waiting for him to find it. As soon as he opened the first page, Thomas knew this wasn't a typical journal. The handwriting was strange, almost manic, and the ink was faded in places, as if it had been written in a rush, with little regard for the passage of time. His Uncle Silas had written it with feverish urgency, each entry more frantic than the last. The first few pages were filled with ramblings about the workshop, about the need to perfect his craft, to create dolls that were not just lifelike but alive. But then, the entries began to change. It is working. They are beginning to come to life, to feel. I can see them moving in the corner of my eye, their eyes following me as I work. The first one is complete, and its eyes are full of life. It's as if it's aware of me, aware of its own existence. It is perfect. It is alive. And soon, I will make more. I will give them the gift of life immortality. No one can stop me now. The words sent a chill through Thomas, but he couldn't stop reading. The entries became darker, more disturbing, as Silas described his obsession with the dolls. It was clear that Silas had not merely been creating lifelike figures. He had been experimenting, seeking a way to trap souls within the porcelain bodies. Thomas's stomach churned as he read about his uncle's twisted methods, rituals, incantations, and forbidden practices that had led him to believe the dolls could carry the spirits of the living. The curse is beginning to take hold. I can feel them, the spirits entering the dolls, taking their place in the hollow bodies. I see them in the darkness, moving, whispering, watching me. They are not mere toys. They are vessels, and I have made them so. The curse will not stop until all who are drawn into this madness are part of it. It is too late to turn back. Thomas's heart raced as he turned the pages. His uncle had written about his descent into madness, about the way the dolls seemed to take on a life of their own. Silas had created them to house the souls of the living souls that had been trapped, unwillingly, inside their porcelain shells. The dolls had become his obsession, and with every doll he made, he believed he was inching closer to unlocking the secret of immortality. But it had come at a cost. It was clear from the journal that Silas's experiments had not been without consequence. The dolls were not just objects, they were prisons, holding the spirits of those who had been unfortunate enough to cross Silas's path. As Thomas read on, the journal became more cryptic, filled with warnings and pleas for help. Silas's handwriting grew more erratic, his thoughts scattered and incoherent. The last few pages were filled with scribbles, incoherent phrases, and desperate cries for salvation. It was as though Silas had realized, too late, that he had created something far darker than he had intended. The dolls had not only become vessels for the spirits, but they had begun to take on a life of their own, their influence spreading like a disease. They are waking up. They are angry. They do not want to be trapped anymore. I can hear their whispers in the night, their cries for freedom. They are everywhere. They are in the walls, in the air, in the shadows. The curse is spreading. I cannot escape it. No one can. Thomas could feel the weight of his uncle's words, the palpable sense of despair that seemed to bleed from the pages. His mind raced as he absorbed the horrifying truth. His uncle had not just created dolls. He had created a curse that had trapped the souls of the living within them. And now, it seemed that the curse had found its way to him. The doll in front of him, the one with the unsettling smile, was just the beginning. If he didn't stop, if he didn't destroy the dolls, the curse would claim him as well. The room seemed to close in around him as he read the final entry, the ink barely visible as Silas's trembling hand had written it. It is too late. The dolls have taken me. They are me now. I am trapped inside them, bound by the curse I created. If you read this, you are already lost. There is no escape. Only darkness remains. Thomas slammed the journal shut, his heart pounding in his chest. He could feel the cold presence of the dolls all around him, their eyes boring into him, their smiles widening as if they had been waiting for him to discover the truth. He was no longer just repairing a doll, he was becoming part of the curse. The dolls weren't just creations, they were the prison of Silas's own soul, and now they sought to claim him as their next victim. With trembling hands, Thomas stood up and turned to face the workshop. The air was thick with the energy of the curse, and he could feel its grip tightening around him. The journal had revealed the truth, but it was too late. The dolls had already begun to awaken. They were watching him now, waiting for him to make the next move, to finish what had been started. And the smile on the doll's face, his smile seemed to mock him, as though it knew there was no way out. Chapter 5. The Awakening. It was the dead of night when the dreams began. They were vivid, too real to be mere figments of his imagination. At first, Thomas thought they were simply the result of his exhaustion, the strain of days spent in the workshop, hunched over the dolls. But the dreams felt different, too heavy, too real. In them, the dolls moved. They weren't just lifeless porcelain figures anymore. They were awake, alive, crawling across the floor, whispering his name in voices that were not their own. He would wake with a start, gasping for air, only to find himself lying in his bed, the darkness around him suffocating and still. Each night, the dreams grew more intense. He could see the dolls' eyes, glowing in the shadows, following him as he tried to flee. The smile on their faces widened, impossibly wide, as if they were mocking his helplessness. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, calling to him from the corners of the room. He would sit up in bed, heart racing, convinced that the dolls had moved, that they were watching him from the darkness. He could hear them breathing, feel their presence, but every time he turned on the light, the room was empty, silent once more. One night, as he lay in bed, struggling to fall asleep, he heard something that made his blood run cold. A soft thud, followed by the sound of footsteps, light, almost imperceptible, but unmistakable. Thomas's heart pounded in his chest, and he froze, listening. The footsteps continued, slowly, methodically, growing louder as they approached. He could feel the air growing colder, the temperature dropping as if something was drawing near. His breath hitched as the door creaked open, and for a split second, he thought he saw a shadow flicker across the threshold. His mind raced. Had he left the door open? Had someone entered the workshop? He had been so consumed by the dolls that he hadn't even noticed when the door had creaked open, but the sound was unmistakable. Then came the whispers, soft and urgent, rising from the shadows. Thomas! Thomas! The voices seemed to call his name over and over again, until his pulse was racing so fast he could barely breathe. The footsteps continued, but no one appeared. The room was still, the dolls on their shelves, staring down at him, their faces twisted with mockery. He could no longer deny it. The dolls had come to life. It wasn't just in his mind, it wasn't just a nightmare. They were awake, and they were coming for him. With shaking hands, he reached for the lamp beside his bed and flicked the switch, flooding the room with light. But when his eyes darted to the shelf where the dolls had been, his stomach turned. They were no longer where they had been left. They had moved. One of them, the doll with the unsettling smile, was now sitting on the edge of the workbench, its head turned toward him. Its eyes were open wide, staring directly into his. The room seemed to grow colder, the air thickening with a sense of malevolent energy. His breath came in short gasps as he realized with a sickening clarity that the dolls were no longer just creations, they were alive. And they were no longer content to sit quietly on the shelves, waiting. In that moment, Thomas could feel a presence behind him, a shadow moving just out of sight. His skin crawled as he slowly turned around. There, standing at the edge of the room, was the figure of a man, a shadowy silhouette, distorted and flickering like a bad memory. He could see the outline of the man's face, a twisted grin stretched across it, just like the smile on the doll. The figure didn't speak, but Thomas could feel its eyes, cold and unblinking, piercing through him, as if it were waiting for him to acknowledge it. He scrambled to his feet, his heart pounding in his chest. There was no way out. The door to the workshop was still locked, and he had no idea how to break free. He felt trapped, as though the very walls of the room were closing in around him. The dolls were everywhere now, their lifeless eyes glowing in the dim light, their smiles stretching wider with every passing second. They were moving, inching closer to him, their bodies jerking unnaturally as they sought him out. Thomas could feel the weight of their gaze, their presence suffocating him, as though they were closing in for the kill. He could no longer stay in the workshop. He had to leave, had to get away from this place before it consumed him entirely. He rushed for the door, his breath coming in frantic gasps, but as his hand touched the knob, something cold and unforgiving wrapped around his wrist. He turned in horror, finding the doll, the one with the smile, clutching his arm, its grip unnaturally tight. It was no longer just a doll. It had become something else, something far darker, a vessel for the curse that had been unleashed. With a scream, he tore himself free from its grip and stumbled backward, his legs giving out beneath him. The doll didn't let go. It seemed to hover, suspended in the air. Its eyes locked onto his, its smile widening in triumph. The other dolls joined in, their eyes now glowing with an otherworldly light, their bodies moving with an eerie synchronicity. Thomas's heart raced, and in that moment, he understood the truth. There was no escape. The dolls were alive, and they had been waiting for him. He had brought this curse upon himself, and now it was too late to stop it. As the dolls closed in around him, their footsteps echoing in the silence, Thomas realized he had made the ultimate mistake. He had awakened something that could never be undone. The curse of the doll maker had claimed him, just as it had claimed so many before him. And in the darkness of the workshop, the doll's smile stretched impossibly wide, waiting for the next soul to join their ranks. Chapter 6. The possession. Thomas woke up with a start, his breath ragged and his heart pounding in his chest. The room was silent, the dolls now eerily still, sitting in their places as though nothing had happened. He felt the weight of their eyes on him, but he forced himself to look away, focusing instead on the cold sweat that clung to his skin. He had been dreaming again, dreaming of the dolls, of their grotesque smiles, of the twisted presence that had followed him through the workshop. But this time, something was different. It was as if the dream had followed him into waking life. He sat up, rubbing his face, trying to shake off the feeling of unease that had settled over him. His hands were trembling, and his body felt heavy, as though it were no longer his own. His vision blurred for a moment, and when it cleared, he was standing in the workshop. How had he gotten there? The thought struck him with a jolt. He hadn't remembered getting out of bed, hadn't remembered walking into the workshop. But there he was, surrounded by the dolls, their eyes watching him, their smiles stretching wider. The feeling of being controlled, of being drawn into the workshop by an unseen force, was growing stronger every day. He had tried to leave, to escape the suffocating presence that filled the workshop, but it was as though the very walls of the building had become a prison, trapping him in its cursed grip. The dolls, once stationary and lifeless, now moved in his peripheral vision, their bodies shifting ever so slightly as if to remind him of their existence. And it wasn't just the dolls. It was the way he felt like a stranger in his own body, as if something was taking over, pulling the strings of his every movement. Thomas tried to focus, tried to make sense of what was happening, but the world around him seemed to shift and twist, warping like a nightmare that refused to end. He reached out to steady himself, his hand brushing against the workbench, but as his fingers touched the surface, he felt a cold jolt run through him, like an electric shock. His breath hitched, and his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. He couldn't control them. The sensation was alien, foreign, as though his own body had turned against him. The doll's smiles seemed to mock him, their eyes gleaming with malicious intent. He turned toward the door, desperate to escape the suffocating atmosphere, but as he reached for the handle, he found himself stopping. His hand hovered inches from the door, but his body refused to move. It was as if someone was holding him in place, keeping him from leaving. The weight in his chest grew heavier, and he could feel the invisible presence of the dolls pressing in on him, their eyes fixated on him, pulling him back. He tried to force himself to turn, to open the door, but his body wouldn't respond. The whispers began again, soft and distant at first, but growing louder with each passing second. Thomas. Thomas. The voices echoed through his mind, their sound unnervingly close, like 1,000 murmurs rising from the shadows. He felt his body move against his will, his arms lifting, his legs walking him back toward the center of the room. The doll's eyes followed him, and with every step, their smiles seemed to grow wider, more sinister. He tried to fight it, tried to break free, but his body obeyed their silent command. He had become a puppet, and they were pulling the strings. With every passing moment, he felt the presence inside him growing stronger, twisting his thoughts, clouding his mind. He no longer knew if it was the curse or if it was something within him, some dark force that had awakened when he first touched the doll. His own reflection in the window caught his eye, and what he saw made his stomach churn. His face was no longer his own. His eyes were wide, but there was something behind them, something dark, something that wasn't him. It was as though the doll's influence had taken root inside him, and he could feel it spreading, seeping through his veins, claiming his thoughts. He staggered back, reaching for his chest as if to stop the growing pressure inside him. His breaths were shallow, panicked, as he tried to understand what was happening. His skin was cold, clammy, and every movement felt sluggish, as though he were no longer in control. His hands gripped the edges of the workbench, his knuckles white with the effort to hold himself steady. And then, in the reflection of the window, he saw it his own smile. It was twisted, grotesque, like the doll's, stretching too wide, too unnaturally. The smile grew, as if it were not his own, and the reflection in the window began to warp, the image shifting like a distorted mirror. His body, his face, everything began to move without his consent. It was as though his reflection had come to life, taking on a will of its own, mocking him with every movement. His lips curled into that same eerie, unsettling smile that had been on the doll's face. He felt it then, a horrible, gnawing sensation deep in his chest, as though the smile was not just on his face but within him, controlling him, forcing him to smile even as he wanted to scream. His hands began to move again, reaching for the dolls, his fingers twitching with an unnatural hunger. It was no longer him acting. The curse had taken hold of him completely. He tried to stop, tried to fight back, but it was useless. His fingers brushed against the first doll, the one with the unsettling smile, and as soon as he touched it, he felt a jolt of energy course through him. It was like a surge of power, a dark force that seemed to flow from the doll into his own body, filling him with a cold, suffocating energy. The dolls had become a part of him, and he had become a part of them. As Thomas's hands moved over the other dolls, he realized with growing horror that he wasn't just repairing them anymore. He was becoming them. His fingers traced the cracks in their faces, the lines of their smiles, and with each touch, the dollmaker's curse took deeper root within him. The smile on his face stretched wider, the laughter of the dolls ringing in his ears. He was no longer Thomas. He had become one of them, trapped inside the doll's prison, a puppet whose strings were pulled by the vengeful spirits that now inhabited him. The room seemed to spin around him as his body moved on its own, driven by the curse. The whispers of the dolls filled his ears, their voices melding with his own thoughts, telling him that it was too late, that he had already lost. The curse was no longer just a part of the dolls, it was inside him, and there was no escape. He was theirs, just as Silas had been before him. Chapter 7. The silent warning Thomas had not left the workshop in days, or perhaps it had been weeks' time, had become an abstract concept, slipping through his fingers like sand. The dolls continued to haunt him, their eyes never leaving his, their smiles wide and mocking. Every step he took felt like a movement toward his doom. He no longer felt like a man. He was a vessel, a puppet bound by strings woven by forces far beyond his understanding. He had become one with the curse, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape it. The dolls were his only companions now, and their whispers echoed in his mind like a constant drumbeat. Despite the weight of the curse bearing down on him, There was still one place Thomas hadn't ventured since his arrival the town. He had never liked the way the townspeople spoke of Silas, of the workshop, but now he felt compelled to learn more. The town, with its quaint houses and cobblestone streets, had always been a place of quiet, humble lives. But beneath the surface, there was a darkness, a fear that seemed to linger in the air. The townsfolk had avoided him, avoided the workshop, as if the mere mention of it would bring some terrible fate upon them. Now, with the curse growing stronger inside him, he knew he had no choice but to seek answers from those who had lived in the shadow of the doll maker. As he walked through the empty streets, the town felt eerily silent, almost abandoned. The houses, once warm and welcoming, now seemed cold and hollow, their windows like empty eyes, staring at him. It was as though the entire town had been holding its breath, waiting for something terrible to unfold. Thomas felt the weight of their gaze on him, as though every step he took was being watched by unseen eyes. He passed the familiar faces of the townspeople, but they all turned away, their eyes darting nervously as if afraid to acknowledge his presence. He found his way to the old tavern, the only place where people gathered to speak, to drink, to forget their troubles. The heavy wooden door creaked as he pushed it open, and the smell of stale beer and wood smoke hit him immediately. The room was dimly lit, the fire in the hearth casting flickering shadows on the walls. The patrons were quiet, whispering among themselves, but when Thomas stepped inside, the room fell silent. All eyes turned toward him, their gazes filled with a mix of fear and curiosity. The air seemed thick with tension, as if they all knew why he was there but were too afraid to speak. The innkeeper, a burly man with a face worn by age and hard work, walked toward him slowly, his eyes wary. "You're Silas's nephew, aren't you?" he asked, his voice low and cautious. Thomas nodded, his heart racing. He had come for answers, but he wasn't sure he was ready for the truth. The innkeeper sighed heavily, glancing over his shoulder at the others in the tavern. They were all watching him now, their faces a mixture of pity and fear. "People here don't like to talk about Silas," the innkeeper continued, lowering his voice. "You see, the dollmaker's curse, well, it's not something we like to bring up." He paused, taking a deep breath before continuing. "But I suppose you deserve to know, don't you? It's not like the town's been hiding from the truth for all these years." He motioned for Thomas to follow him to a quiet corner of the tavern. The dim light cast long shadows across the table, and the heavy silence that hung between them felt suffocating. The curse, Thomas. It didn't start with Silas. Oh no, it began long before him. But he was the one who unlocked it, the one who opened the door that should never have been opened. The innkeeper's eyes darted around the room, ensuring no one was listening. You see, Silas wasn't just obsessed with making lifelike dolls. He was obsessed with something far darker. Immortality. He believed that by trapping souls in his creations, he could live forever. But he wasn't the first to try that. He just made the mistake of succeeding. Thomas's mind reeled as he listened to the innkeeper's words, the pieces of the puzzle beginning to fall into place. His uncle had been obsessed with immortality, with using the dolls to trap souls, but the curse had existed long before Silas. There had been others before him who had tried and failed, and now Thomas was paying the price for his uncle's greed. He made a deal, the innkeeper continued, his voice barely above a whisper. A deal with forces beyond our understanding. It was no mere coincidence that Silas found that workshop, that he came across the knowledge to make his cursed dolls. Some say he found it in an old book, hidden deep within the library of his ancestor, or that it came to him through a dark ritual. The curse was always there, waiting for someone foolish enough to embrace it. The innkeeper leaned in closer, his breath reeking of alcohol. And Silas didn't just trap the souls of the dead. He trapped the living. You've seen the dolls, haven't you? Their eyes, their smiles. They're not just lifelike. They're alive. But not in the way you think. The curse was meant to be passed on, to spread. And once it starts, it never stops. Silas's dolls, his creations, they're a part of the curse now. They're vessels, and they seek out new souls to claim. And now, Thomas, now you're one of them. Thomas's heart skipped a beat, his breath catching in his throat. He could feel the weight of the innkeeper's words sinking in, the horror of the truth pressing down on him. He wanted to scream, to run, but something in the innkeeper's eyes told him that there was no escape. The curse was already taking hold of him, just as it had with Silas, and the dolls were no longer just his creations. They were his destiny. The curse doesn't stop with Silas. It never ends, the innkeeper said, his voice growing quieter, more urgent. And now you've awakened it. The dolls are already watching you, Thomas. You're trapped, just like Silas was. The curse will follow you, claim you, just as it claimed all the others. And there's no way out. The innkeeper leaned back, his face grim. But you knew that, didn't you? You had to have known what you were getting into. The words hung in the air, thick with finality. Thomas stood in stunned silence, unable to move, unable to think. The curse had already begun to work its dark magic on him, and he was too far gone to escape. The dolls would claim him, just as they had claimed his uncle. The legend had been a warning, a silent plea for someone to stop the madness before it spread any further. But now it was too late. The curse was awake, and Thomas was its next victim. Chapter 8. The doll's eyes that night, as Thomas returned to the workshop, the weight of the innkeeper's words pressed down on him like a suffocating fog. He could feel the curse tightening around him, its invisible fingers closing in, drawing him deeper into its grip. The dolls, once mere creations of his uncle, had become more than that. They were alive now, their spirits trapped within their porcelain shells, watching him with unblinking eyes, their smiles growing wider and more sinister with each passing day. It was as if they were waiting for something, waiting for him to complete whatever twisted purpose they had been designed for. The workshop felt different now, the air heavier, charged with a dark energy that pulsed like a heartbeat. As Thomas stepped through the door, the familiar creaks of the old building seemed to echo louder, as if the very walls were alive, listening to his every move. The dolls sat on their shelves, their empty eyes fixed on him, but tonight something was different. He felt their gaze more intensely than ever before. It was as if they were not just observing him, they were searching him, probing his thoughts, looking for a weakness, a crack in his sanity. Thomas tried to ignore it, to shake off the feeling of being watched, but the more he focused on the dolls, the stronger the sensation became. He walked across the room, his footsteps muffled by the dust-covered floor, and stopped in front of the workbench where the doll with the unsettling smile sat. The doll's eyes glimmered in the low light, its porcelain skin pale and flawless, its smile twisted in that same mocking way. But as he stared at it, Thomas could swear that its eyes were following him, not just watching, but actively tracking his every movement. He stepped back, his heart pounding in his chest. No, it couldn't be. He had repaired the doll, yes, but this? This was something else. Its eyes were alive, and they were filled with malice, as if it knew what he had done, as if it knew what he had become. Thomas reached out, his fingers trembling as they hovered over the doll, and for a moment he felt a cold rush of air around him, like a whisper in the darkness. The doll's smile seemed to grow wider, impossibly wide, and its eyes, those eyes, blinked. He recoiled, stepping back from the workbench, his mind spinning. This wasn't possible. Dolls didn't move. They didn't blink. But as he stood there, trying to make sense of what was happening, he couldn't shake the feeling that the doll was aware of him, that it was alive in a way that went beyond anything he could understand. And then, just as suddenly as the thought entered his mind, he heard it, a faint whisper, barely audible, but unmistakable. "You can't escape." The voice came from the doll. Thomas's heart skipped a beat, and he spun around, his eyes scanning the room. But the workshop was empty, save for the dolls, their eyes still fixed on him. His breath quickened, and he felt his pulse hammering in his ears. This was insane. He had to be losing his mind. There was no other explanation. The curse was warping his reality, making him see things that weren't there, making him hear voices that didn't exist. But deep down he knew. The dolls were speaking to him, and they weren't just watching him anymore. They were waiting for him to succumb. His hand reached for his head, rubbing his temples in a desperate attempt to clear the fog in his mind. His uncle's journal had warned him, had told him that once the curse took hold, there was no turning back. And now, as he stood in the workshop, surrounded by the lifeless faces of the dolls, he could feel it. The curse was inside him, twisting his thoughts, warping his perception. He was no longer in control of his own mind, and the dolls, they were pulling the strings. He staggered back, stumbling toward the door, but once again, his body refused to obey him. He felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to return to the workbench, to finish what had been started. It was like a compulsion, a force beyond his control. His feet moved on their own, dragging him back toward the dolls, toward the one that had first captivated him, the one with the unsettling smile. He couldn't fight it. It was as if the doll was calling to him, pulling him closer with every step he took. His hands reached out, fingers trembling, and without thinking, he grabbed the doll. The moment his fingers brushed against its porcelain surface, a jolt of energy shot through him. His body tensed, and his vision blurred. The room seemed to spin, the dolls all around him becoming a blur of faces and eyes, their smiles stretching impossibly wide. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, until they were a cacophony in his mind. Finish it. Complete the work. The voices filled his head, drowning out everything else, until the only thing that mattered was the doll in his hands. He tried to pull away, but his body refused to listen. His fingers curled around the doll's body, and his mind seemed to empty, as if the doll had taken control of him completely. The world around him faded into the background, and all that remained was the doll, its eyes now locked onto his, its smile impossibly wide, stretching further than he thought possible. He could feel its malevolent presence flooding his thoughts, bending him to its will. The laughter came next. It was faint at first, a soft giggle that seemed to come from nowhere, but it grew louder, more frantic, until it was all-consuming. The dolls were laughing, their voices echoing in his mind, mocking him, taunting him. "You are one of us now." The words repeated over and over again, until they were the only thing he could hear, the only thing he could feel. The doll had claimed him, just as it had claimed so many others before him. And there was no escape. As the laughter reached its crescendo, Thomas collapsed to his knees, clutching the doll in his hands. The room spun around him, the darkness closing in. He could feel the curse taking hold, its power consuming him, and for the first time, he understood the true horror of what he had done. He had awakened something far darker than he could have ever imagined, and now it was too late. The dolls had claimed him, and there was no going back. Chapter 9. The final doll. Thomas had thought he had seen the worst of it, the dolls, the whispers, the twisted smiles. But the final doll was unlike any he had encountered before. He had heard rumors about it, whispers from the townspeople, half-formed legends about a doll hidden away, a doll so grotesque that no one dared speak of it. Silas had never finished it, or so they said. It was the last creation, the one that had been kept out of sight, hidden away in the attic. And now, with every step he took toward the final doll, Thomas felt an unease unlike any other. The presence in the workshop seemed to grow darker, the air thicker with a sense of impending doom. The attic had always been off-limits to him, the door locked with a rusted padlock, the stairs creaking underfoot whenever he dared to approach it. But now, in the dead of night, something pushed him toward it, an invisible force driving him up the stairs, each step heavier than the last. The whispering voices grew louder as he ascended, their words distorted, but still unmistakable. Find it, complete it, free us. He knew what they meant. The curse had only just begun to claim him, and the final doll was the key to releasing it fully. His hand shook as he reached for the padlock. The keys had always been there, hidden among Silas's things, waiting for someone to unlock the door. He had never thought to look for them, never imagined that the day would come when he would need them. But now, as he turned the key and felt the lock give way, he understood that it had all been part of the plan. Silas had wanted him to find the doll. He had wanted him to complete the curse. The door creaked open, and Thomas stepped into the attic. It was dark, the air thick with dust, and the room felt suffocating, like a tomb. Shadows seemed to move along the edges of the room, stretching and shifting as though they were alive. He could hear his breath in the silence, his footsteps echoing against the wooden floor. And then, in the far corner, he saw it. The final doll. It was like no other doll he had ever seen. It was larger, its face grotesque and contorted in a way that made Thomas's stomach churn. The porcelain was cracked in places, as if the doll had been subjected to unimaginable pressure, its features twisted and warped, the eyes bulging and uneven. But what struck him most was the smile. It was stretched so wide, so impossibly wide, that it seemed to be breaking apart at the edges of its mouth, as though it had been forced into a grin far too large for its face. The smile was a mockery of everything he had endured, a cruel reminder of the madness that had consumed him. As he approached the doll, a cold wave of terror washed over him. He could feel the spirits trapped within the doll's body, their anger and frustration radiating from the cracked porcelain. They had been waiting for someone to complete the final piece, to awaken the last spirit, and now Thomas was the one who would set them free. He could hear their whispers in his mind, their voices layered on top of each other, desperate for release. Release us. Complete it. Free us from this prison. Thomas reached out with trembling hands, his fingers brushing against the doll's cold surface. The moment his skin made contact with the porcelain, a jolt of energy shot through him, sharper and more intense than anything he had felt before. His body went rigid, his breath caught in his throat as a wave of visions flooded his mind. He saw the spirits of those who had been trapped in the doll's lives snuffed out, souls bound to these grotesque creations, each one a prisoner, each one desperate to escape. The doll's smile stretched even wider, impossibly so, as if it were feeding off the energy, drawing strength from his fear, from the very essence of his being. The room seemed to spin, and Thomas could feel the curse fully awakening inside him. His eyes burned with the intensity of the spirits trapped within the doll, their pain and rage surging through his body. He could feel himself being pulled into the doll, his very soul being tethered to it. He was no longer just a witness to the curse. He was becoming a part of it. He tried to pull away, tried to break free from the doll's grip, but it was too late. The spirits had claimed him, just as they had claimed Silas before him. His mind was no longer his own. He could hear their voices in his head, their whispers growing louder, more demanding. Join us. Become one of us. You are the final piece. Complete the circle. The last thing he remembered was the overwhelming sense of being pulled into the doll's smile, his body and soul consumed by the curse, and then, nothing. When Thomas woke, he was no longer in the workshop. He was standing in the town square, the morning sun casting long shadows across the cobblestones. He could hear the distant sounds of people talking, laughing, going about their daily lives. But something was wrong. He felt a strange emptiness inside him, as if he were no longer truly present in the world. He looked around, and everything seemed distant, like a dream that was slowly slipping away from him. And then, as his eyes wandered to the street corner, he saw it. A doll, sitting on a bench, its eyes gleaming with that same twisted smile. It was the final doll. It was no longer in the attic. It was out there, in the world, waiting for someone else to complete the curse. Thomas felt his heart race as he realized the truth. The curse wasn't just confined to the workshop. It had spread, and now it was free. He was no longer a man. He was a doll, a vessel for the trapped spirits, and the curse would continue to claim more souls, spreading like a disease through the town. With a sickening understanding, Thomas realized that the final doll had been completed. The curse had been awakened, and there was no turning back. The dolls were free, and they would continue to claim souls, one by one, until there was nothing left but a world full of cursed creations, all with the same unblinking eyes and twisted smiles. Thomas had become part of the curse, and now he was a part of the dolls forever. Chapter 10. The cursed return. The first night after the curse had taken hold of him felt endless. Thomas stood in the center of the workshop, surrounded by the dolls, his body frozen in place. He could no longer feel his heartbeat, his breath shallow and cold. His eyes, now vacant, gazed across the room at the familiar figures, Silas's creations, each one lifeless, yet watching him with cold, unblinking eyes. He was one of them now, trapped, bound to the dolls, to the curse. He had once been a man, but now there was nothing left of him, only the remnants of the soul he had once possessed. As the hours dragged on, Thomas felt the curse growing stronger within him. It was a living thing, pulsing through his veins, feeding on his despair, his fear. He could feel the whispers in his mind, voices of the souls trapped inside the dolls, their angry murmurs mixing with his thoughts. "You are one of us now. You cannot escape." The laughter of the dolls echoed in his mind, a mocking, insidious sound that never stopped, never let up. It was as though they were constantly watching him, waiting for him to succumb completely. The door to the workshop creaked open, and for a brief moment, Thomas felt a surge of hope. He thought it might be someone who had come to break the curse, to rescue him. But when he turned, his eyes fell upon the same figure that had haunted his nightmares. It was a doll. It wasn't just any doll, it was the final doll, the one with the grotesque smile. But it wasn't sitting idly anymore. It was moving, its porcelain limbs jerking unnaturally as it made its way across the room, its eyes fixed on Thomas. The doll stopped in front of him, its twisted smile widening, and then, with a sudden movement, it spoke. "You have freed us. You have completed the curse." Its voice was like 1,000 whispers, layered on top of each other, each one growing louder and more desperate. Thomas tried to step back, but his body refused to obey. The doll reached out, its cold, stiff hand touching his shoulder. The touch sent a jolt of icy energy through him, and for the first time since the curse had taken hold, Thomas felt the full weight of what he had done. He had unleashed something terrible, something that could never be undone. The doll's smile grew even wider, stretching impossibly far across its face. "You are one of us now," it repeated, the words sinking deep into Thomas's mind. He could feel the curse spreading through his body, moving outward like a virus, infecting everything it touched. The workshop was no longer just a room filled with dolls, it was a breeding ground for the curse, a place where the dolls could grow, could live, feeding on the souls of the living. But it wasn't just the dolls that were changing. As Thomas's eyes darted across the room, he saw the other dolls no longer still, no longer lifeless. They were moving. Slowly at first, but then faster, their bodies jerking and twisting in unnatural ways, as if they were suddenly aware of the world around them. Their eyes flickered with malevolent energy, and their smiles stretched wider, as though they were feeding off the fear that emanated from Thomas. The dolls were coming to life, one by one, and there was nothing he could do to stop them. The room felt colder, darker, as the dolls moved toward him, their porcelain feet clicking against the floor. Their eyes locked onto his, unblinking, their smiles growing wider and wider, until it felt like the entire workshop was closing in on him. The curse had fully awakened, and now it was spreading beyond the workshop. The dolls weren't just inanimate objects anymore. They were alive, and they were hungry. Thomas tried to speak, to call out for help, but his voice was drowned by the laughter of the dolls. The sound echoed through the room, growing louder with every passing second. He felt their presence all around him, their cold eyes watching him, waiting for him to break, to succumb fully to the curse. He could feel their fingers cold and lifeless touching him, pulling him closer, dragging him into their world. He tried to resist, to fight, but it was pointless. The dolls were everywhere, and the curse had taken control of everything. As the dolls closed in, Thomas realized the terrifying truth. The curse had never been just about Silas or the dolls. It had always been about something much darker. The dolls were not just vessels for trapped souls, they were agents of a greater force, a force that sought to spread its reach beyond the confines of the workshop. The curse was not contained within the walls anymore. It had begun to spread, like a sickness, a plague that would infect the entire town. And soon, it would move beyond the town, reaching farther, infecting anyone who crossed its path. The dolls reached out, their cold hands grasping at him, pulling him into their grip. The curse had claimed him, but it wasn't satisfied. It needed more. The dolls were calling for more souls, more victims to join them in their prison. Thomas's mind shattered as the realization hit him. There was no escape. He had completed the circle, had freed the trapped spirits, and now he was just another piece in the puzzle, a pawn in the doll's game. As his body was consumed by the curse, Thomas felt the final shudder of his humanity slip away. He could no longer tell where he ended and the dolls began. His vision blurred, and the last thing he saw was the wide, grotesque smile of the final doll, its eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. It was the last thing he would ever see. And then there was only darkness.